I have a special treat for you today. I have Econoboi, recently renamed to Econoboi, sarcastically. But he's a young academic man who likes to study economics, who advocates for socialism, and he is about to get dogpiled by our friends Sitch Adam from the centrist Sitch Adam show. I know that they don't like the centrist label anymore, but let's be real. It's what they are. Let's go.
All right, they can hear you on my end.
Hello. We're joined today by Econoboi. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Great. So we watched your conversation with Destiny. I don't know if you watched it or just if Dev tattled to you about it or something. So
no, I didn't. I didn't watch it. Yeah, somebody had just not emailed me. Somebody had DM'd me like, they're getting a lot of stuff wrong, and you should talk to them. I was like, "Fuck, okay, I guess I'll." I don't even know what they said, so I guess we'll hash it out. So.
Nice.
Yeah, Sitch and Adam are liberals in that they actually believe in maximal human freedom, but Sitch is a never Trump guy, based. Adam, in my opinion, was playing footsie with the contrarian arguments that either allow you to not vote or to vote for Trump during the last election. That's where we actually had beef, and we had a little bit of a falling out over it, where I screamed at him for 40 minutes to own his fucking position, and then he finally did. And then Econoboi, I just got done yelling at within the past week for being a socialist.
Now I'm here.
Okay. So I guess to start then.
Well, I just want to say that that goes both ways, because I mean, I listened to a little of your Live and Learn live stream, and you guys just have a mad stereotype of us that is completely incorrect. So,
based.
What did I say about
you? You don't know much about us. Well, you have this stereotype that we're like centrists and that we're neutral and we're just trying to call balls and strikes and we're just trying to be fair with both sides, which is completely ridiculous. We've never
bullshit
said that. We would never do that. We judge things on a like per policy basis, and we take.
Wait, hold on. If you're calling balls and strikes, man. All right, this is gonna be tough. Let me try to steel man both people without getting pissed off. Okay, calling balls and strikes. You guys are familiar with an umpire in baseball, right? It's the guy who calls balls and strikes. The whole point of saying that, listen, I'm just out here calling balls and strikes, is oftentimes a referee is dealing with two teams, okay? There's one team that wants to win. There's another team that wants to win. And so the umpire has to be a relatively neutral party in order to call balls and strikes. So just being centrist and being neutral and calling balls and strikes is not in and of itself an indictment. The indictment that they're pointing to is that in a constant effort to be fair, you might call out the flaws of one side. That like let's say that one baseball team grabbed a bunch of baseball bats and beat the shit out of the other team before playing the game. Then you're like, wow, that's pretty fucked up. 15-minute timeout. You're in the penalty box, like hockey. You guys are all in the penalty box for 5 minutes. But then one of the other team members spits gum on the field, right? That's fucked up. And you should call out the spitting the gum on the field. But when somebody else comes up to the game and they're like, oh, well, this team beat the shit out of the entire other team with baseball bats. Well, the accusation is that you, as a centrist who's trying to be fair to both sides, you're like, yeah, well, did you see the other guy? One of their team members spit gum onto the field. That's the indictment, is that in an attempt to be fair, you weigh moral and philosophical sins evenly, trying to be fair to both parties. That's the accusation.
Sides on everything constantly. So, I mean, we're not neutral.
That, okay. Okay, I don't feel like you refuted the point, but go off, King.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I know that the conflict you had with mostly with the other Live and Learners on the show was, I mean, this was like several months ago, so I don't really remember the full context.
Wowman asked me if I get in trouble for what chat says. I do not. Say whatever you want to say.
It had something to do with like you know, like who's a greater threat to the country or something like that.
No, they wanted us. They wanted to strong arm us into voting for Kamala Harris, and it just
True, I did.
It crashed and burned. So, and they're still
because this is gonna hurt. Okay, continue.
Very upset about it. They're still.
Okay. Oh man. Okay. Listen, I'm sure we'll get to talking shit about Econoboi, but Adam Friended, this is going to remain our beef. Okay. 6 months out before the election, maybe a year out before the election, you were saying that Biden is so stupid and geriatric and brain-addled, especially during and after the debate. You're like, it's so bad that we might as well have, I think you used the term like black box. Like we just don't know what's in it, right? We don't know what Biden's going to be like. But we did know what Biden was going to be like because Biden was the president for the past 4 years, and we also knew what his cabinet was going to be like. Now, I don't like voting for a geriatric, brain-addled, soup for brains person, which is why when I saw how bad the debate was, even though there were plenty of Biden loyalists who were pressured to push for Biden, I was pushing for a replacement. I didn't think Kamala was a good candidate, but I thought it was the best option out of the available options. And so when you have a 50-year-old state attorney who was harsh on crime at one point, but then was a BLM simp at another point, and she's at least competent, and she's probably just going to be a continuation of Biden, that's infinitely better than a guy who tried to destroy the fucking Republic of the United States by stealing the previous election, and who also was promising effectively to backstab Ukraine, which was going to result in thousands of deaths that I already predicted, and that was going to result in the fracturing of our alliances with NATO. Now, at the time, I didn't even know how bad it was going to be, but with the closures of USAID, there's a place called The Lancet, which is, I think it's a French newspaper, so take it with a grain of salt. But they're projecting that with the shuttering of USAID and all of the programs related to USAID, around 14 million preventable deaths are estimated to occur in the next 5 years. This is going to be from dengue. This is going to be from cholera. This is going to be from malaria. This is going to be from AIDS. And the United States didn't go to Europe or Asia or Africa and say, hey, this program's around $10 billion. Which one of you guys can take it over? We're actually going to taper off our responsibilities over the next 5 years, and we're going to hand it off to you, which would have been the responsible thing. And it probably would have reduced the amount of unnecessary death. Instead, Marco Rubio and Donald Trump just shuttered the offices. They literally they kept the medicine in the warehouses. They kept the food in the warehouses. They just closed the warehouses. So if you don't think that, like if you fucking pearl clutch over 6 million dead, Jews during the Holocaust, where you're like, oh my God, I can't believe that you would commit a crime of such massive scale. Yeah, we can morally differentiate between intentionally shooting somebody in the back of the head versus giving a 5-year-old AIDS medication for 5 years and then just cutting off his medication one day. But if you think you are totally blameless with just cutting off medication one day and just saying, hey, sucks to suck to have AIDS in Africa, go fuck yourself, 5-year-old kid, I think you're like a fucking lizard person. I don't think you actually have empathy. And I'm not even saying that as an indictment. I think you don't actually conceptualize how evil it is to run a program that saves tens of millions of lives over the course of decades and then just one day abruptly shut it down. And if you don't understand that, I kind of think you're stupid. So anyways, in retrospect, I'm right. You were wrong. And I will die mad about it.
Wait, hold on.
Weepy about it. So.
Before we get into the socialism thing, I mean, and we don't even have to discuss it. I'm just curious what your answer is. Like, do you think it's clear that it was the correct thing to vote for Kamala Harris? And at least in hindsight,
I think it was the correct. Well, first of all, I didn't.
He almost owned it. He almost owned it. Come on, buddy. Come on. Just say yes. Just say yes. It'd be so funny. It would be so funny.
Vote for Kamala Harris, and I didn't vote for Trump. I said I wasn't going to vote for Trump because.
And he's in California, so he's like, oh, well, my vote doesn't really matter anyways, so I can vote for whoever I want to vote for. So I voted for the Libertarian candidate. Okay, we get that, Matt, or Adam. But Adam, there's 1,000 people watching you live. There's tens of thousands of people who watch your post-recorded videos, and I hate to say it, but your opinion matters. That's what we were fighting for. We were fighting for, obviously, there's a lesser of two evils here. That's what we were fighting for. I don't care about Adam, the individual. I care about Adam, the political pundit.
Because if Trump lost, and I actually thought Kamala Harris was going to win, you can watch our live stream from that night. We actually had Anna Kasparian on to talk about the election a little bit before any of it happened. So, but I thought, if I didn't want to vote for Trump because I thought if Trump lost, he was going to be a sore loser and he was going to pretend he won and it was going to be this huge catastrophe for the country. And I didn't want to say, oh, yeah, I voted for him. So I didn't vote for the top of the ticket. But I'm not sure Kamala Harris would be any better than Trump right now. So.
Okay. Let's bust out Microsoft Paint. This is so bad. This is really bad. So there's two options here. I can't believe I have to do this. This is so fucking bad. You, the voter / political pundit. All right. Thanks, Adam. This is how I wanted to start my day. I didn't just want to have a fun stream beating up on a socialist. I wanted to make drawings about you, Kamala Harris. Well, let's go ahead and get her into the right position. You have two choices for presidency of who's going to be president. You have two people that you can advocate for. Trump. You got, let's just put it out here. 14 million preventable deaths from disease due to closing USAID with no plan. So we got that. I would say that's bad, right? Like I'm very weird about the fact that I think that allowing millions of people to, like, dude, even if they're off by a factor of 10, right? Let's say that the Lancet is 90% wrong. You understand that's still 1.5 million dead people, right? You understand that? I thought this was bad when they were talking about PEPFAR and the shuttering of PEPFAR killing 3 million people. I already thought that was horrific. 14 million due to a combination of dengue, malaria, cholera, and AIDS is a fucking nightmare. Okay. Ethnic cleansing of Gaza doesn't happen. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. This should be Trump's box, shouldn't it? Ethnic cleansing of Gaza supported by the U.S. I thought that Trump dropped this Gazan Riviera thing. He doubled down on it like yesterday. He was in a press conference where he's like, yeah, actually, no, we should do that. Like, we should do the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It'd be super based. It should be an international community. We should turn it into the new Dubai, where we remove all the Palestinians, and maybe we'll keep the Palestinians as like retail workers and restaurant workers, but we're going to turn it into an international Riviera where Jews and Arabs and Muslims and Christians and everybody's allowed except for the original Palestinians who want to be violent. So the Palestinian thing is like they basically get to turn Gaza into a fucking Atlantic City. All right. I'm actually going to put that as let's put that as a sub point / turning Gaza into Atlantic City, backstabbing Ukraine, mass deportations, fucking with the construction industry and agriculture industry. We still don't know how that's going to work out. And by the way, Trump has already backed off of deporting farm workers because he knows it's going to fuck up the agricultural industry so bad. What else? What else do you think is bad? I'll go ahead and scroll down to you guys. What else has Trump done that's so amazingly fucking stupid? You know what? That's good enough. That's good enough. I'll leave it there. I think 14 million dead people is enough. Not everything below. This was the choice. And so Adam is saying that these preventable death akin to double or triple holocausts, ethnic cleansing of Gaza supported by the US, turning Gaza into the Atlantic City, backstabbing Ukraine resulting in thousands of deaths through incompetence, mass deportations fucking with the construction industry and agriculture. Oh yeah, there were fucking tariffs, but like tariffs people are arguing about. So I'll just leave that as like a question mark. The fact that he can say this and think that he's correct is fucking mind-blowing. I'm just going to go ahead and save this as why Adam is wrong. Let's go ahead and just hold on to that. That is a very, very bad perspective is the best way that I can phrase it.
I don't regret Trump winning the election in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
you fucking suck then. All right, sorry. This is just going to be a thing. If you can't look at this, sorry, I literally paused handing myself. If you can't look at this and be like, yeah, this is fucked up and none of this should have happened, and it sucks that thousands of people are dying in Ukraine through incompetence and 14 million people are going to die from preventable disease in order to save 0.16% of the federal budget. And also ethnic cleansing Gaza and turning it into Atlantic City is fucking evil. If you can't figure that out, I don't know what to do for you. I really don't. I really don't know what to do for you if you think that these things are equivalent to a Kamala presidency. I don't know how to communicate with you.
I promised we don't have to get into it, but obviously I radically disagree. I think that
that's the nicest you could put it.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Why are all leftists such condescending pieces of shit?
Because I have to be mean. I can't be nice. I can't be nice to Adam Friended. I can't be nice to him. I can't be his friend. It's impossible. Dude, you oh fuck. Guys, look at me. I want to be Adam's friend. Okay? I want to be friended with Adam Friended. I want to be Sitch's friend. I would love to have audience crossover with the Sitch and Adam show. They got 1,000 live. They're largely conservatarians. There's plenty of libertarians. They're all pro-gun. They're all free market. They're all pro-entrepreneur. They're all pro-America. They're all patriots. The Sitch and Adam's audience is the audience that I wish I could cultivate because I genuinely feel like I am a part of them. Okay? But I'm also not fucking retarded. And so when there's something that's so obviously evil in front of my face, I can't ignore it. And so if Adam Friended, Econoboi just gave you an out. He was saying, well, Adam, he could have said, because this is what I would say, Adam, you're a fucking retard, okay? Trump shuttered USAID and our international support programs that is estimated to lead to 14 million projected dead due to preventable disease from cholera, dengue, malaria, and AIDS. And I think that's fucking evil. And on top of that, he's talking about ethnically cleansing Gaza and turning it into the Riviera, which is going to displace 2.2 million people. And then also we stopped providing military support for Ukraine in hiccups that allowed thousands of Ukrainian civilians to be murdered by a country that's currently invading them. I think you're a fucking idiot, and you should probably lobotomize yourself with a fucking chisel and hammer. That's what Econoboi could have said. And that's what I would have said. But Econoboi trying to be nice is like, well, I viciously disagree, but let's go ahead and move on. And Adam Friended's response to that is, why are you so fucking condescending? It's because you're retarded, Adam. That's why. That's why. I want to be your friend. I want to hang out with you. I want to hang out with Sitch. I want to hang out with your audience. I want to have a good time with people that I feel like I'm 80%, 90% politically aligned with. But when you look at this thing and you can't say, yes, this is bad, this would be better, you're fucking retarded. And you should lobotomize yourself with a fucking chisel and a hammer. It's fucking crazy. That's so fucking crazy.
I don't know. Am I being condescending now? I just said I had a disagreement with you.
Okay. Totally, you're very condescending, but
yes, so are you, you smug Californian bitch. How about that?
Let's move on.
I'm sorry.
So I have to.
That was Econoboi being polite, by the way. That was Econoboi avoiding saying you're fucking retarded. And like 70 years ago, you would have been committed to a mental asylum for being too stupid to function. That was Econoboi being fucking nice.
Put a correction here. Dev didn't tattle on us. Someone else did. So, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Dev.
sorry. It was not Dev. It was just a random person in my community.
Okay. That's, well, Dev.
I guess
Dev,
a joint
was,
fan.
in our DMs, he was like, listen, that's not, Econoboi has a very complicated set of positions. And I said,
Fast and Bulba says, Sitch and Adam in 2024 was Sitch saying Biden bad and Adam agreeing, Sitch saying Kamala bad and Adam agreeing, Sitch saying Trump bad and Adam saying, hold on there. Yeah, no shit. Fuck my ass.
oh, okay. And I didn't really
Very
understand them.
complicated.
Yes,
Yes.
a very complicated set of skills and positions. So anyway, talking about the socialism aspect of it, because that was kind of the main juxt of the conversation that was going on with Destiny and Connor. And this is what I guess I'm curious about, because I don't really understand. How are you defining socialism, and what are you advocating for economically, and why is it social?
Oh, dude, I forgot the biggest one. I didn't forget the biggest one, but I forgot an important one. Here's one, Adam. I'd like to hear you defend this one. In the 80s and 90s, had a best friend who sex trafficked 14-year-old girls and was credibly accused of raping said girls, is now covering up the pedophile ring. How about that? Now, you can say that Kamala would have done the same thing, that she would have swept the pedophile ring because it implicates Bill Clinton, right? But to my knowledge, Kamala Harris herself was not raping sex-trafficked 14-year-old girls. So that's kind of a big deal to me. Having the leader of the free world being a credibly accused pedophile, which, by the way, if you're a libertarian, we can agree that it's a phebophilia, right? They want to have sex with post-pubescent children. But we should break bread on the fact that having sex with children is bad, right? We should be able to agree on that. So Trump being a fucking pedophile cover-up rapist, mass deportations, backstabbing Ukraine, resulting in thousands of Ukrainian dead, ethnically cleansing Gaza, and 14 million preventable deaths. This should all be bad enough. But Adam wants to say, oh, well, I don't regret that Trump won. I actually don't even know if Kamala would be doing better. You're fucking retarded. You're retarded. Oh, sorry, we're on Valor. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Haircut Commander. I shouldn't use ableist slurs. My apologies.
Sure. I think there's going to be it's kind of a semantic discussion. What are the meaning of words? Where does it come from? I mean, I can tell you that based on my survey of socialist thinkers and socialism across history, the single...
All right, I need to refocus myself for the socialism conversation, but this is still my beef with Adam Friended. If we're ever... He was like, oh, Connor can come on the show. I've never banned him from the show, but I've actually thought that we had such an ugly previous conversation that, basically our relationship was burnt, and I still kind of feel that way. I need Adam to read this and come up with a line of argumentation that makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, I'm going to use ableist slurs against Adam Friended repeatedly. Okay? So listen, I'm all about hanging out, being bros, smoking reefer, although I don't smoke reefer anymore, watching movies, talking about how the left is bad, talking about how Kamala is cringe, talking about how Biden was old, talking about how Gavin Newsom is a serial killer. I'm all about that shit. I'm all about talking about how the Democrats are ineffective and the leftists are insane. But if you don't acknowledge this, I think you're a fucking dumbass. Okay.
Largest universe of socialists that I can think of is people who believe in the collective ownership of the means of production.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, people like to add in all sorts of extra shit, right? Like, oh, you got to decommodify the markets and you have to decommodify labor and
sorry, I actually have to listen to this.
You have to have production for use, and there's all kinds of other shit.
To be clear, when you say
like
collectivize the means of production, you mean everything would have to be forcibly a co-op. There'd be no private businesses, right?
Well, no, I mean, you could have a pluralistic model. So cooperatives aren't the only way to collectivize production, but
so we need to pull this up. Socialism, definitionally, over the past 200 years, is emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. But then it seems like we jump in and out of Marxism and socialism. And so I kind of need to just pay attention to what's going on, because otherwise I'm totally going to get lost.
In an ideal sense, a socialist, like a socialist period model, wouldn't have any...
Shadow 2 Bravo, Kamala isn't competent. Yeah, sure. Sure, Kamala might not be competent, but would she have caused 14 million preventable deaths due to the closing of USAID with no plan? Would she be supporting the ethnic cleansing of Gaza in order to turn Gaza into Atlantic City? Would she have backstabbed Ukraine, resulting in thousands of Ukrainian civilian deaths? Would she have mass deported Central Americans that is going to fuck with construction industry and agricultural industry prices? During the 80s and 90s and thousands, was she the best friend to a sex trafficker who sex trafficked 14-year-old girls? And was Kamala Harris credibly accused of raping said girls and is now covering up the pedophile ring? Feel free to answer any one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Feel free to answer any one of those 5 points.
Any private ownership of essentially businesses.
Right.
So that's what I kind of think about when I say socialism. I think of collective ownership of the means of production. And to your second point of
collective ownership of the means of production. So he thinks that socialism is half of the Marxist definition. Okay. So I'm going to write that down. Let me improve my model real quick. Can I do a save as JPEG? Then let's do Econoboi socialism map. And then let's do not that. Let's do the square. So workers owning the means of production is what he thinks that socialism is. And then I'm going to expand this into his own box. And is there an eraser button? Yeah, there is. Let me scale it up real quick. Can I do this? So as far as I know, I'm gonna make it look good. I hope my rant earlier was entertaining enough that you guys can tolerate a little bit of dead air as I try to build my mind palace. But effectively, what I'm hearing is that Econoboi wants to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism, which is just like the vague foundation and definition of socialism, in my opinion. 200 years of socialist history all supports this goal. And then he's saying that he thinks socialism is achieved when workers own the means of production. But so far, he hasn't said that the decommodification of basic human needs is a necessary part of his definition. If he believes that, then I'm going to add it. And then I'm going to leave this space open for Econoboi's model.
Like, what do I actually advocate for? I did release, and there's my latest article. It's part 3 of my journey to democratic socialism on my Substack, where I basically it's like a 5,000 word article where I exactly lay out.
Shadow 2 Bravo says, at what point is Africa responsible for Africa? I need you to hear me. I wouldn't give 2 fucks if USAID drew down their responsibilities and we said, hey, Europe and Asia, we are no longer interested in providing preventive disease for Africa. We're just not interested. It's not our project. And so as a result, we are going to take our $10 billion program and we're cutting it down to 0 over the next 5 years. You need to, if you don't want to see 14 million deaths, you need to take over our warehouses and facilities. You need to take over our infrastructure, and you need to contribute $10 billion amongst all of you, because that's not that much money, right? Between Europe and Africa and Asia, you guys need to take over this $10 billion program. And then what you would have is you would have the United States stepping back, which achieves the Trump's goal of withdrawing from the world. And then we also have Eurasia and Africa taking responsibility for their own sphere of influence, which prevents 14 million people from dying. That's fine. I don't give a shit about that. What I care about, similar to the way that Trump wanted to withdraw from the Middle East and North Africa, is an abrupt withdrawal that results in unnecessary human death. And Shadow 2 Bravo, I love you because you're a normal chatter and whatever. But if you don't think that like us killing 14 million people is bad, so let's figure out a way to do this responsibly in a way that doesn't kill 14 million people. If you're like, fuck it, not our responsibility. I don't think you would keep that energy if we flew to Africa together and then we just walked around in the fucking huts and there was a bunch of nice fucking African people and then you had to watch a 5-year-old struggle and die as a result of no longer having medication. I don't think you would keep that fucking energy. And I don't think you would keep that energy if you saw it happen 14 million fucking times. So yeah, you can have that energy on social media in the Western world. I don't think you can keep that energy when you actually see the suffering that we were originally alleviating and now are causing.
Kind of what I'm advocating for. And the short of it is that things like sovereign wealth funds and things like holding corporations where public institutions will, essentially purchase open market stock and they'll engage in entrepreneurial investment allocation on behalf of the public, right? Holding corporations and sovereign wealth funds and things like that. And in doing so, they take privately owned things and they put them to public use, right? So for instance, if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund, this is just an example, it would be much more complex than this, of course, but if we were to imagine that a sovereign wealth fund were to purchase, 70% of the stock of Walmart, well, the control of that entity goes from private hands, in the case of the shareholders of Walmart, to public hands, in the case of the public entity that now controls the stock. And so those are the kind of institutions that I would generally argue for.
Well, I mean, a sovereign wealth fund is not socialist, and I don't think most socialists would even think of it as a socialist thing.
Well, what's maybe this? I get a little frustrated when people say sovereign wealth funds aren't socialist. So, I've just heard it a lot. Obviously, you're being good faith, but like when a sovereign wealth fund purchases a business, like that's a publicly controlled entity, right? So sovereign wealth funds are owned by the public, right? And by that entity purchasing businesses, we're taking production, businesses, and we're making them now controlled by a collective institution in the case of, the state through the sovereign wealth fund. And so I take that to be a pretty clean collectivist policy to engage in. And if
I'm okay with this so far because of my expansion of the vague definition of socialism. I can at least understand what Econoboi is saying, and then let's steelman it and let's rip it apart too. So let's say that the United States government bought a majority stake in Walmart. We all have criticisms of Walmart, okay? My criticisms of Walmart are the fluorescent lighting sucks. It basically feels like I'm being kidnapped by a alien starship. The employees look miserable and are unhelpful. The employees look like they're on the verge of killing themselves. And then they are locuses of crime because effectively Walmart keeps all of the cheap goods within a city. It's effectively a warehouse for the city to keep all of the cheap goods. And so as a result of marketing and trying to support the working class through selling them very cheap goods, let's just face it, socioeconomic deprivation is going to cause concentrations of crime. And so Walmart is effectively like, if you're going to get robbed, you're going to get, and there's a Walmart in your town, you're going to get robbed in a Walmart parking lot, right? And so these things are problems that can be solved, but Walmart doesn't care about solving these problems because it fucks with their profit margin. You could actually train your employees well, you could pay them well, you could give them decent benefits and probably still maintain healthy profit margins. You could install security cameras and install lighting that doesn't hurt your fucking eyes and makes you seem like you're being kidnapped by aliens. You could, I'm trying to think of what else, but I honestly, like if they just dealt with the crime issue by installing high quality cameras and decent security, and if they paid their employees a decent wage so their employees weren't on social benefits, I think all of my criticisms of Walmart would actually evaporate. At that point, I would be like, based, Walmart is based, right? And so if you had a majority public ownership of the company through the purchases of stock, you could institute those pro-worker reforms. But my problem is when you have things like woke and DEI, right? I understand my liberal audience doesn't give a shit about this, and my progressive audience actually thinks they're good things. But what's to say that you're not going to have like all those, like what's to say that the government, when it has a majority share in Walmart, they're not going to be like, you must have 50% representation in the board of Walmart that is black, gay, and trans. And you must have these progressive initiatives about representation. And you must have the human resources finger wagging HR bullshit that has annoyed the fuck out of all of us for the past 20 or 30 years. And the truth is there's no breaks for that. If progressives or if conservatives, mind you, because conservatives could just turn it into like a Christian theocrat freak show. But whoever wields political power will influence the culture of that institution and can bend it to their whim because they have a majority stake, right? So it's a clear stepping stone to an authoritarian fucking nightmare. And I think Econoboi's argument to that would be like, yeah, well, but we would still achieve economic good. And realistically, these things happen anyways. So as long as we put good people in charge, who cares? That's my presumption.
If we were to imagine that, for instance, the state owns, let's just imagine a world where like the state owns everything through us, like everything is owned and controlled by the sovereign wealth fund in society. Would it not be socialist just because we're calling the entity a sovereign wealth fund? Like
yeah. So yeah. This is going to be the entire conversation, isn't it? Let me pull up the map. So the broad definition of socialism that's so broad that it's practically useless says, let's emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. That's the definition that's so broad that, okay, whatever. And that could include the Scandinavian model and social democracy. So this is the definition that Econoboi, in my opinion, is using. But then he's taking 50% of the Marxist definition, which is workers owning the means of production, and he's incorporating it into what he wants to do. That's it. That's the confusion right here. It's on your screen.
Have a sovereign wealth fund where the government owned 100% of the stock, sure. But if we're talking about the models of sovereign wealth funds, at least that I'm familiar with, I know you brought up in the conversation Norway, where, you know, they own a bunch of public stock of American companies. They don't have any, you know, they're not influencing the legal system or the laws in America. They're not controlling Apple or Google, which are all capitalist countries. And so that's why I guess I'm confused when you say sovereign wealth fund. Do you mean a sovereign wealth fund that owns like
Paul, I am the only good centrist.
100% of stocks? Sure. But I don't think that's what most people are talking about when they talk about sovereign wealth funds.
Well, I guess it does depend on what people are talking about. So I do advocate for an incrementalist approach, right? So I don't believe in like violent revolution or anything like that. I think the sovereign wealth fund kind of internalizes a lot of that desire because you can purchase more or less stock over time depending on what your goals are. And certainly there are right wingers, like I think Donald Trump, and there was Cassidy from Louisiana.
Yeah.
Right. So you can have different. Well, but he's a nationalist, right? So you can have
Sure.
different motivations for creating a sovereign wealth fund, right? To your point about Norway, all that we can do about Norway is really just say two things, right? Number one, they have two different sovereign wealth funds. One of their sovereign wealth funds is focused on the foreign market because they're an oil-dependent nation, and so they want to diversify away from their own economy. But then they have the second sovereign wealth fund, which is focused on domestic investments. And I think it, depending on the year, they own about something like 30 to 40% of their own stock market is actually owned by the public. I'm talking about the Oslo Stock Exchange. And then if we were to look at just the GDP, right? So like, hey, look, Norwegian GDP, everything that Norway produces, what percent of it comes from collectively owned institutions, whether that be government services, state-owned enterprises, cooperatives, things like that. That number comes to about 40 to 45% of their economy. So I'm not.
All right, quick shill time. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here.
Saying Norway is a socialist country. I'm just saying that Norway has a type of institutional framework, and it's not the only example that I would point to, but it has a type of institutional framework that I think that we can apply to America, and effectively, by copying over some of those institutions, collectivize a lot of ownership in society in a voluntary way.
So, okay, but you agree then, I guess, that sovereign wealth fund.
Let's bring this up. Sorry. So let's make a box. Okay, let's make a box around Kamala Harris. Then can I move this stuff? All right, so for me, these are the serious things. Okay? These are the super serious things. Let's leave these separate. But you guys brought up even more ones that should be like worrying to a liberal or a conservatarian. So let's go ahead and write these ones down, okay? The ones that you guys said. So how about deporting people, detaining and deporting people without due process? I think that should be alarming to any liberal or libertarian. Deporting people without due process. Romanticizing, glorifying the torture of detained people. Sakot. Alligator Alcatraz. Torturing asylees, and if you don't want to do Kilmar Abrego Garcia, Like you could, if you were like, oh, he's a gangster, he's a gangster, he's a gangster, then you could still do Andre Hernandez, who just got released and said that he was sodomized, raped, and tortured while he was in Sikot. Tortured in Sikot. Then what's another interesting one? Ignoring court orders to restore due process and justice. What's another one? You guys had some good ones. Threatening our allies. So threatening Greenland, Denmark, and Canada for no discernible benefit. Tariffing allies. Tariffs against allies. How do you spell tariffs? Is it one I? Against allies. Passing on cost to consumers, pretending it's a W. The crypto scam. Oh my God. Yeah. He's basically doing, excuse me, rug pull crypto scam of supporters, followed by corruption via crypto. What is it? You could also add the $400 million airplane from Dubai. You could also add in the 90,000 square foot ballroom being added to the White House, which are both abominations. Oh, okay, yeah, Eric Adams. I forgot about Eric Adams. Killing a corruption case to get support for mass deportations. Yeah. These are all decent. So hold on. Subverting our institutions, threatening Canada, several constitutional amendments being attacked, destroying our relationship with all our longtime allies, due process. Yeah. These are all good. These are all good. Why don't we just add false elector scheme trying to overthrow the government? Why don't we just add that as something that liberals and libertarians and conservatarians and Republicans should care about, right? False elector scheme / overthrowing the government. Let's just go ahead and add that as something that we should all agree was bad. Don't you think? I think it was bad. I don't know if you guys think it was bad. I think these things were bad. So I'm going to put this in its own box because it's so bad that it should preclude him from office, right? That's my opinion. And I think most conservatives, most Republicans had that opinion on January 7th, 2021, right? But they've all fallen off of that. Then I would say that these are the ones that are like uncontested evil. And I think that if you apologize for this shit, you're fucking retarded and evil. Then this stuff, I expect centrists to sweep for, because they're going to say like, oh, well, these are all, people who are abusing the immigration system anyway. So I don't really think that the detaining people is really that big of an idea. And you know what? Like they're just memeing when they're glorifying the torture of detained people, and when they're laughing about people are being sodomized and tortured in Sakat. It's all just jokes, right? It's all just jokes. And when Kilmar Abrego Garcia and Andre Hernandez both testified to torture in Sakat, it's just memes, guys. It's just jokes. And when they ignore the orders, again, it's just jokes, guys. threatening our allies, it's all memes. Nobody takes it seriously. And tariffing our allies, you know, it's still up in the air on whether or not these are good things because we haven't seen the kind of horrible inflation that was predicted as a result of tariffs. And realistically, like, he's a deal maker, right? He's making good deals with all these countries. So if American consumers have to pay a little bit extra when they go to the store, and if we collapsed a few thousand businesses, well, you know, that's just the cost we have to pay in order to reform the economy. Now, the rug pull crypto scam of supporters followed by corruption via crypto, I expect them to sweep for, but it's mind-blowing to me that anybody would sweep for that shit. That's unironically just fucking evil. And then killing a corruption case to get support for mass deportations via Eric Adams, there's no way you can sweep for it. You can only joke. You can only joke about it because it's so fucking bad. So, yeah. Yeah. Not to mention Jared Kushner. Ooh, holy fuck. Right? This is bad, right? This is fucking bad. This is bad. This is super fucking bad. Like, I'm repeating myself and I'm kind of doing the train wrecks meme, but you understand that, like, this is actually fucking evil. And I don't understand how you still sweep for it. I really don't. I really do not understand how you can pretend that Kamala would have done any of this shit. Kamala wouldn't have done any of this shit. The worst she would have done is she would have swept for pedophiles. But now not only are you sweeping for pedophiles, the guy who's in charge is one of the accused pedophiles.
I mean, I don't know how much if we're going to do some study of it globally, but sovereign wealth funds are not necessarily socialist, right? You do agree with that? Sounds like that's what you were saying.
I mean, of course, of course, it's. I would never say like sovereign wealth funds are like necessarily socialist because it depends on what you're buying. I thought that's what you did say in the beginning of the conversation.
No, he's just saying it's another way of owning the means of production that isn't as heavy-handed as other socialist concepts. I understand, Econoboi. I understand what he's saying.
Conversation.
Well, the way no. So
because I said they weren't socialists, and you said you didn't like that people with bad faith say it's not socialist.
Well, no, but that's completely compatible with the view that it depends on what you're buying with.
Okay, AF Racing points out that 100 people haven't liked the stream. Yo, where's our Oilers at, right? Grassroots can't carry the whole stream by himself. If you don't have cash and you're a working class schlub, that's totally fine. Like the stream. Liking the stream is fine. Share it with your friends. If you have a good time, if you enjoy the commentary, if you enjoy the conceptions that we're talking about, then come back tomorrow, come back the next day, come back Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Come back to the stream. If you have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats or become a member, and also watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs. Come on, it's free. Liking the stream is free.
The sovereign wealth fund. So for instance, some sovereign wealth funds in different countries just purchase real estate, right? Some sovereign wealth funds just purchase fixed income, right? So for instance, in America, we have a trust fund. We have what you might call a sovereign wealth fund, but it's the Social Security Trust Fund. But the only thing that they invest in is fixed income assets, U.S. Treasuries. Well, that's not means of production, right? Like that's a wealth fund. That's a trust fund, as we call it, government essentially managed investment. But it's not like collectivizing the means of production, right? And similar, like you point out, like, oh, well, in Norway, they buy a lot of foreign assets. It's like, well, they do that, but they also buy a lot of domestic assets. So, obviously what I'm advocating for is, hey, let's create a sovereign wealth fund. Similar to Alaska, we can take a sovereign wealth fund. We can start purchasing a lot of domestic, essentially, stock in a bunch of different companies, right? Diversify our portfolio, make it all safe and everything like that. And in doing that, we can engage in a process by which
Shadow 2 Bravo says, am I the only Sitch Adam crossover fan? No. Grassroots Hegemon, Lucifer the Doberman, Zero Fucks. There's a few other Sitch and Adam people.
We take the domestic economy from, relatively speaking, private hands and put it in the hands of the public.
Okay. I mean, just going back to Norway for a second, the sovereign wealth fund that they use to invest in not mostly, but largely in a lot of American tech companies is...
Tagrung used to be a Sitch and Adam fan, according to this chat.
I believe substantially larger. than the one that has anything to do with them investing in their own companies in the country.
No, it is.
Says,
Yeah. The smaller one.
Larger.
Yeah, I don't know. This is none of this is. So again, I don't know why we're getting hung up on Norway so much.
Well, just
so
it seems.
conceded.
I guess the reason it just seems strange to me is that in the conversation, it seemed like there was a lot of talking about sovereign wealth funds and Norway's sovereign wealth funds, and it seems weird to me. And I think to a lot of other people to say that a.
Sorry for keep interrupting, but yeah, Shadow 2 Bravo, you're not the only one. World-renowned GeoHound says, years back when I used to be blind at the centrist script that covers for Trump and spreads nonstop misinformation, I like Sitch and Adam. I hate almost everything about them. Fuck them. Well, here's my beef. Here's my legitimate beef. Is that Sitch calls out the shit, but he's in a gilded cage, in my opinion. Okay? He's got Daddy J-Mac. He's got other Oilers. He's got 1,000 chatters who are all the conservatarians who are looking for an excuse for why the left is as bad as the right. And then he's got a co-host who genuinely believes that. But his host genuinely believes that because he's fucking, I'm just going to say it. I mean, it's just true. He's fucking dumb. Okay? If you look at all this shit and you can't differentiate between these two fucking things, I think you're a fucking idiot. Okay. Now, that being said, I think something happens when you fall out of like fandom with a creator where you have to become a hater of that creator. That's not how I want you to be. Like, I want you to watch me. I want you to watch Destiny and all that kind of stuff. But you shouldn't go from one ideological cult to the next and be like, oh yeah, fuck them, they're wrong about everything. That's not true. Adam isn't wrong about everything he says. He stumbles into correct positions sometimes, and then Sitch is oftentimes quite astute. I actually think Sitch is like a really intelligent, insightful person. However, what frustrates me about what you're saying is the fact that how is Sitch not losing his fucking mind? How do you not know what I know and not freak the fuck out? That's my question.
A fund that a government uses to invest in stock in a capitalist country in another country in America and making a bunch of money just through stock returns, to say that has anything to do with socialism just seems very bizarre and not aligned with what most people would think of as socialism.
True, but is this a definitional argument that's going to circle for like 40 minutes?
As an institutional framework, right? So I'm using Norway as an example of an institutional framework that we can apply to America for the ends of collectivizing the means of production, right? And I also said in that very same conversation, I mentioned.
I'm not sure. What do you mean when you said? I don't know what you mean when you said that.
So again, I've already said, right? So the U.S. could start a sovereign wealth fund and then use that entity. It's just, we're calling it a sovereign wealth fund, but you call it anything you want, just like a public investment firm, essentially, using that entity to purchase domestic stock, right? And then by which we would collectivize the means of production in some marginal sense. Now, I'm just using Norway as an example of that type of institutional framework seemingly working pretty well for the people of its country. And I also said, the last thing I'll say is that Destiny brought this very point up in the debate, and I responded to it directly, right? He said, well, oh, it's only invested in foreign assets. And I said, yeah, but even if we look at like all of their GDP like their GDP, just like of all the things that Norwegians produce, what percent of it comes from collectively owned domestic institutions? The answer is about 40 to 45%, right? And so, you know, that's like the idea that like, oh, like the Norwegian economy is like, I guess on a generous estimate.
Okay, says, I don't think most people are saying Trump had sex with the underage girls. That's not what anyone I was watching was saying. Well, watch this girl. Trump Epstein accuser interview. It's not this girl. This girl. Watch victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump provide her testimony. She goes under a pseudonym. I don't know what. Property of Justice for Katie Legal Fund. So this girl could be crazy. I have no fucking idea. She's probably in her 40s or 50s right now. But her accusation to me sounds like something that needs to be like, I don't want to just watch alleged sex abuse victims on stream for 5 hours at a time. But if you want to, and it's a important topic for you, you should. And so what this woman says is that she was 14 years old from some flyover state. She gets a call from a market, like a talent agency that's interested in her modeling work. She gets paid to fly out to New York. She meets Ghislaine Maxwell and another woman named Tiffany, something like that, who are running all of the young girls. And so by day, they do modeling stuff. Then at night, they go to parties. But later on in the night, it turns into orgies, right? Like some people leave, they don't hang out, blah, 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 blah. And then after like, I don't know, 11 p.m., midnight, whatever, it turns into orgies. And so she, as a 14-year-old girl who was known to be 14 at the time, was encouraged to give Trump like hand jobs. And then also was, they did like a rape role play where Donald Trump allegedly raped her. Now, the only physical evidence that would exist of this is videotapes from the penthouse from Jeffrey Epstein's property. So the only people that would have evidence that could corroborate this testimony are other witnesses. And let's be real, most of these witnesses were paid off. They were paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, to fuck off. But the only other evidence we would have are the videotapes and photos from Jeffrey Epstein's whatever, from his penthouse and from his island. So if the FBI comes out and they say, hey, yeah, we reviewed all the video footage, it's exclusively Ghislaine Maxwell and other people engaging in sex acts with alleged children. We tried to find the kids. They're all adults now. They're not interested in prosecuting. So realistically, like we can't do shit with it. I wouldn't necessarily believe them, but I would feel like that would be, at least like the case would be addressed. Them not addressing it is worse to me, because them not addressing it basically tells me that they have physical evidence of severely fucked up crimes, and they're just sitting on it, hoping that all the victims just go like, well, I got paid a few $100,000 a few years ago in order to shut the fuck up. I'm just going to still shut the fuck up because I don't want to be murdered. I don't want to be suicided. I don't want to ruin Bill Gates's or Bill Clinton's or Donald Trump's reputation. And that's, by the way, that's why I think the Democrats have swept for it. I think the reason why the Democrats have swept for Jeffrey Epstein knowingly recruiting underage teenagers from flyover states to engage in sex acts with rich and powerful people in the 80s, 90s, and thousands is because it implicates Bill Clinton, who is a Democrat dynasty, along with Donald Trump and Bill Gates. And by the way, maybe Leonardo DiCaprio, by the way. Leonardo DiCaprio was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein too. Jeffrey Epstein hung out with a bunch of like A-list actors. Jeffrey Epstein, Leonardo DiCaprio. There's pictures of Leonardo DiCaprio hanging out at Jeffrey Epstein's penthouse. And so he was probably recruited when he was a teenager and might have engaged in illicit sex acts. Jeffrey Epstein, A-list actors. They don't have the pictures that I'm aware of. But yeah, he partied with A-list actors in the 80s and 90s. So, yeah. Anyways.
Interview on my free will.
Estimation, depending on the price of oil in a given year, is like mostly socially owned, is I think that's pretty remarkable. At least it's just a good basic reference point for the potential of these institutions. And I believe, look, I'm not trying to over apply this. I think you have to start small, and you have to kind of see what these policies look like, and you have to really care about how you design these institutions to avoid political meddling. But I recognize all that. I just think Norway is just is a good reference point.
Okay, so I guess I think I understand. What you're saying is that you would like a system that in America that uses a sovereign wealth fund. Essentially, you just want to use that. You want to use the sovereign wealth fund as the process in which to bring about the socialism that
collective ownership. Yeah,
you want, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I appreciate such steel manning.
Sovereign wealth funds, holding corporations, general government services. Like I said, I think in a socialist society, there'd be a pluralistic approach to exactly how you're collectivizing things, right? I mean, you know, I don't know that we would want, for instance, like news media to be a state-owned institution, right? So you'd probably want to say like that would be worker-owned or something, just in some ideal sense.
So under your system, would private businesses still exist?
Yeah, so there's
Alexander Vizishu asks a pertinent question. And by the way, I'm going to interrupt the content a whole bunch in order to engage with chat. Basically, the conversation is going to be a background noise unless they say something interesting, because I have a feeling that Sitch is trying to understand Econoboi right now, which I appreciate him doing. But realistically, if we've already identified the conceptions that they're working with, then, you know, we already understand the argument and why it falls apart. So Alexandru Vizishu asks, why does nobody ever ask these people, why should the means of production be owned collectively? Why the hell is that even a good thing? It's to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. And what the oppressions of capitalism, by the way, are all things that we've all dealt with as working class schlubs. It's working up at 4 a.m. to get to your job at 6 a.m. It's, you know, staying late for a couple hours when your boss is telling you like, oh, this has to get done now. It's somebody fucking with the way overtime works so they can underpay you a little bit. Those are all examples of like the oppressions of capitalism. And there's even worse ones like, you know, missing out on your own life, right? Like I think that human beings should be productive 30 to 40 hours a week because that's effectively a third of your life. There's 167 hours in a week. new Microsoft Paint time. So new. Yes, I want to save it. So there is 167 hours in a week. Let's say a third of it you spend sleeping because you need that in order to function. Then let's say a third of it you spend working. Let me fix that. And let me try to split it up into approximately even thirds. So I actually think this is a fair deal, okay? Because we need this in order to survive as a species. So let's just put this as sleep. Sleep needed to survive, all right? Then you have work. Work, 8 hours, 5 days a week. That's a 40-hour a week schedule. Then you have getting ready for work, hobbies, family, friends, beer, grilling, and all that kind of stuff, right? You have everything else that is your life. Well, most people don't really like the sleep is gone. Okay, so let's just say that the sleep is something that we can't fuck with because human beings need to sleep, bro. We need to sleep. We're not fucking with this. Okay. So these hours cannot disappear. What a lot of people say is that, well, if you want more money, then just sacrifice all of this, right? You don't technically need to, you don't ever need to leave work. You can just be at work, right? You can just stay at work. You don't need hobbies. You don't need a family. You don't need friends. You don't need beers. You don't need grilling. You could just perpetually stay at work. And so if you want to get wealthy, that's the key to success, is just don't have a life. But the truth is, at least for a lot of people, I'm very lucky. Streaming is my dream job, and it looks like it's going to work out full time. So streaming is my dream job. So for me, this is awesome. My 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, my 8 hours a day, 5 days a week is fucking awesome. But for a lot of people, it's shit. It fucking sucks, right? And so capitalists say, well, fuck your family, fuck your friends, fuck drinking beer, fuck grilling, fuck all that bullshit. But what socialists say is that that is evil And there should be a balance between these two things. And believe it or not, I'm just going to go ahead and agree with socialists that you don't exist as a biological organism to work yourself to death. That's not the reason why God put you on this planet. If you enjoy that, God bless you, go for it. Grassroots Hegemon works himself to death for the benefit of this channel. So God bless Grassroots Hegemon. But the point is that you probably would benefit from work, hobbies, family, friends, beer, and grilling. And you should have an opportunity to spend a third of your life that way. And sorry, why the hell is that even a good thing? It's so that the wealth that capitalism generates can be used to help people live good lives. That's the argument from socialists.
There's two different answers to that question. So in my ideal, just like pie in the sky thinking, my ideal system, private ownership of businesses wouldn't exist outside of, I guess, sole proprietorships. I haven't really thought about sole proprietorships too much, but if you wanted to open up like just a individually owned and operated company, I don't think I would have, most socialists seem to have a sole proprietor exception. I don't think I have a big problem with that. And then with regard to, however, practically,
which is actually interesting because the worker would own the means of production because you're the only worker. That's an interesting exception.
Speaking. So I am not a monist socialist. Socialism is not like the only ethical value that I have.
He's an ethical pluralist.
I think of socialism as a means to one of my ideals, which is egalitarianism. But it's not the only thing that I would care about. So what I mean by that is I do imagine that if society were to...
TL1524 says, how much do you think Econoboi really believes this stuff? I think he believes it. I think he's being earnest.
Stubbornly try to collectivize literally every single time someone wants to start a business and hire employees, the fucking government comes in and says, nope, you gotta whatever, some weird collective ownership institution has to be the owner of this now. I think that would cause a lot of practical problems in society, right? So I think that we can...
Sorry, I keep pausing. Machiavellian says, doing missionary work forever changed me for that exact reason. Yeah. These 14 million people dying from preventable disease, they're not just some abstraction. They're not like some fairy race that lives in the country of Narnia. They're on planet Earth. They're human beings. They're your cousins. They're your genetic cousins. And so their misery, while it shouldn't be totally important to you because you live in different nations with different governing bodies, and ultimately they themselves should work to save themselves from the miseries of their own cultures and conditions. That doesn't mean that they're not human or your cousins, and that we are in a fraternity of man.
Run up public ownership to, I just throw out, you could run it up to 60, 70, 80% or something like that. But at that point, you might start to get liquidity problems and investment formation problems. And you just have to be mindful of that there's probably an upper limit. But I will say that, in that practical implementation, I don't think that recognizing practical limitations means that you're not necessarily a socialist or you're not committed to your ideals. A lot of people would recognize that. They would say, look, I mean, I for one reason or another, my ideal is not achievable, but I still think it's important to have this basic rule or this basic ideal. I use utilitarianism as an example. There's a lot of utilitarians who would understand that for various practical purposes, it's impossible to truly maximize utility. But that doesn't mean that a utilitarian should just not be a utilitarian because they recognize practical obstacles. So I hope all that makes sense.
Listen, Shadow 2 Bravo is a sociopath, but he's my sociopath, all right? He's an American infantryman. I don't expect any, I expect his sociopathy to be quite strong. But Floki TV, I don't know you, so I can bully you. Africa isn't Europe or Asia's problem either. The deaths are on the countries of Africa's government, and they aren't changing, so the people need to have a change of power. Yeah, I'm going to explain something to you. that should be obvious, but apparently you guys, libertarian, isolationist nationalists, are the geopolitical equivalent of fucking toddlers. So I have to explain something to you. Eurasia maps. So I'm going to share this unique geopolitical insight with you. Anything happening in Africa, these motherfuckers can walk to Europe. They can get boats across the Mediterranean. If you notice the mass immigration issues of the 2010s, it's specifically because countries in the Middle East and North Africa collapsed. And so as a result, a lot of people went into neighboring countries or escaped into Europe. So anything like that, that's actually the entire rant. That's the entire rant. Eurasia is a single landmass. Yes, you can enforce your borders. Yes, you can deport people. Yes, you can have a military and law enforcement that protects your citizens. But anything that happens in Africa will eventually reach Europe. Anything that happens in China, actually, they're quite segregated because they have all these mountains, and not a lot of Chinese people want to walk to Europe. But the point is that anything that happens in Eastern Europe affects Western Europe, right? These are not islands, okay? These are countries connected by landmass. Same reason why we should be interested in Central American and South American stability is because if these become war-torn shitholes filled with death, disease, and deprivation, then you can expect millions of people to flee north into the relative stability of the United States and Canada. Again, you're like a geopolitical toddler taking your first steps. Your analysis is that of a fucking child. You suck. Get better arguments.
To be clear, you're saying ideally you'd want everything to be socialist, but you think that there could be some practical problems. And so you'd be fine with some private businesses. Because I did read part of your Substack, and in part of your Substack, I thought you said that you were fine with private businesses existing. And then now you're saying ideally you would not, you don't ideally want private businesses to exist, but you just think that maybe some of them have to. Is that the difference you're making?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when you read it or if you read the whole thing, but I did make it clear that yes, so that in an ideal sense, again, like pie in the sky, like if I could just like if it was on balance of my other values, if it was good.
Well, pie in the sky, I would live in a fucking libertarian, fascist, Heinlein, militarist Starship Troopers universe, but lots of people don't like that idea.
To have, like, if practically speaking, we could have total socialization of ownership, that would be great to do, right? But
Andy B brings up something that I didn't even consider. Andy B says, my problem with the government owning, controlling shares in corps, if we are going to have politicians using political power to artificially lower prices as campaign promises. Absolutely. They would 100% create price floors and price ceilings that would totally fuck up the economy. Absolutely.
These practical limitations seem very real to me, right? And so I think that, you probably get to an upper limit of ownership at some point where you start to have, like I said, liquidity problems, or, you might have some investment formation problems, things like that.
Grassroots Hegemon says, if I drive past a Walmart, I actually pull over and rob someone in the parking lot to remind them to remind the community that Walmarts are the locus of crime. Like, on principle, you see a fucking Walmart, you have to pull in and rob somebody just to keep everyone on their toes. Oh, that is funny. Walmart would need a wall court and a wall prosecutor to actually do anything about crime. No. It's easier than that. That is funny. You guys are funny.
That, and
So,
in an ideal sense, you just want to be sensitive to those things and balance those out.
When you say socialization,
sorry, Chat keeps saying wild shit about Walmart. My Walmart has a bright orange biohazard blood spill bag hanging off of one of the aisle columns with a mop under it. It was so absurd and perfect that I took a picture. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that'd be wild.
of ownership, are you referring only to, because in your Substack you laid out this system where you said there would be anyone could start a private company. I mean, here you said sole proprietorship, but in your Substack you seem to be more broad in that anyone can start any private company through private investors, the way that we do now in capitalist America, but that if that company decided to go public, then though it couldn't go public the way it does now, essentially all the shares of the company would have to be bought by the government. Is that what you mean you say socialization of ownership? Or do you mean that every person that works in the company has to own a share of the company and gets to vote on how the company runs?
No, that's not what I mean. So it helps to take a step back.
Oh my God, Adam, get back in there. I miss you being an asshole. Call him dumb. Say socialism is dumb. Say Trump is better than Kamala. Give me something, bro.
When a company goes public, like when a company decides like, hey, for one reason or another, we think going public would be good for this business. So we're going to engage in, the road show, and we're going to try and tell everybody how good it is to buy our stock, and we're going to list our stock, and then people can buy it. Anybody can buy that stock, like anybody, right? I mean, it could be institutional investors, individual private retail investors, family wealth funds. It can also be like
BlackRock, yes.
Right. And it can also be public entities, right? Like the Alaskan Sovereign Wealth Fund, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Like there's many sovereign wealth funds on the planet that engage in IPOs as a process. And so what I'm saying is that the United States government should have essentially a competing set of holding corporations that are engaged in that entrepreneurial investment of capital. So when
Oh, Jesus Christ, Corey Peltzman with the spammed question. Did Econoboi really say he didn't know if he would vote for Talibots or Central Committee? CCP Mike called Jewish people satanic. Econoboi brown shit confirmed would consider voting for Hitler. Excuse me. Well, as far as I know, it's just because Talibots voted for Trump, so he doesn't know her politics. And Mike from PA, despite being like a tanky apologist piece of shit, did vote for Kamala. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. But yes, I think that Econoboi can get suckered in by more authoritarian freaks, even if he himself doesn't view himself as an authoritarian. Just to reiterate this, if the government had a 60% stake in Walmart, they 100% would use that leveraged position to reform the way Walmart operates for good and for ill.
The example of like a guy that basically starts Nike, that when that person decides, hey, I'm going to sell whatever 90% of my shares as an IPO, and I'm going to keep 10% or whatever it is, then any of those holding corporations that are owned by the United States can purchase the stock at whatever the strike price is. And so that's why I say it's very similar to the way that it works today. We're just basically saying that the public is just one.
Corey Peltzman, stop spamming the same question, bro. Stop it. I'm 20 minutes behind in chat because I actually read all of my chats. Don't spam the same question trying to get it read. It's very annoying.
Extra entity as an incremental step to the socialization of these companies.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah. And again, if we're just talking about, Norway buying a bunch of stock and then they use the profits of stock to shore up, budget deficits or to pay for social programs or whatever, that's one thing. I'd say that's not really socialist. But I guess where I'm confused here, and I feel like this back and forth in how we're describing this concept is that you're not, at least I don't believe that you're suggesting.
Okay, Corey Peltzman, time on deck. It's 10:40 a.m. It's 11:15 a.m. If I see you spamming this after, it's 11:18 a.m. If I see you spamming this question after 11:18, if you literally took the same question and you spammed it in my chat 20 fucking times, if I see that after 11:18 a.m., you're getting at minimum a timeout and at maximum a ban. I read my chat. If you're here every day, you know that. I'm 20 minutes behind. Don't spam the same question over and over and over again trying to get it read. Don't do it. It's fucking pissing me off. It's actually legitimately pissing me off that 30 minutes ago, you thought it was a good idea to just fucking type in the same question and paste it 6 different fucking times. Okay? Stop doing it.
Suggesting that we just have a sovereign wealth fund or these holding companies in America that are just buying up some amount of stock in order to make money and then use that on welfare programs. You're saying, when you say the socialization of ownership, you are describing a system where I believe you said you wanted the US government would own the overwhelming majority of wealth and assets in the country, right?
Right. Yeah. So similar like to today, right? So we have huge concentration of ownership already in our society, right? So I think BlackRock and Vanguard, they have something like 15 or 20 million or 15 or 20 trillion dollars worth of assets under
Jesus Christ. That is a lot of assets.
management. Think about that. That's just two firms. I mean, we have about $160 trillion of household wealth in this country. So just two firms already allocate and manage basically, what does that come to? Like 15% of the wealth of our society, right? And so what I'm arguing for is saying, hey, look, I think that this fundamental allocation process is good. Like competitive capital allocation is a good thing to maintain in our system. It seems like it generates good results when you have professionals and investment managers trying to decide what are the best investments to make, basically, and allowing companies to fail and uplifting companies that are really, really successful, basically. And so what I'm saying is that the government should engage in this kind of capital accumulation process where the government accumulates capital in the form of either, sovereign wealth funds or these independent holding corporations, and starts what I would suggest to be like different competing holding corporations that are all publicly owned, but they compete against each other, and essentially try to recreate that currently existing process of entrepreneurially and professionally allocating capital. And to your point, that's public ownership, that's the collectivization of ownership, but the returns to that ownership can be used for any democratic purpose. It can be used for pension funds or public investment in infrastructure, or you can give everybody UBI with the money, whatever you want, basically. I think that's a
Starhawk says, I'm late. Sorry, this is actually a more interesting question than what's happening right now. It's literally just Sitch and Adam talking about fucking sovereign wealth funds. I'm probably going to fast forward 5 minutes and see if they get anywhere, because holy shit, I don't care. This is Econoboi's problem as a creator, and it's not his fault. Like, this is what he's genuinely interested in. And so if you're interested in economics, then watch Econoboi. However, I don't give a shit about discussing the nuances of a sovereign wealth fund for a fucking hour. Just Adam, I apologize. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for freaking out on you for being stupid. Can you please come in here and throw an elbow so we can make the fight entertaining again? Please come in and call Econoboi a communist. Call him the R slur. Do something, Adam. Starrock says I'm late. Why are we making this about Trump? It's because Adam earlier said that not only did he not vote for Trump or Harris during the election, he probably voted for Jill Stein Bragaza, or he voted for a libertarian or third party write-in or some shit like that. But he doesn't regret the fact that Trump won, and he actually thinks that Kamala might have been worse than Trump. And so we were writing down all the evil, fucked up shit that Kamala never would have done, and that's why we created that spreadsheet effectively. All right, guys. I'm going to fast forward 5 minutes just in the hopes that it's I actually see Adam moving his hands. No, 23. I'm going to jump ahead to 30. Has anybody watched this? Does it ever get spicy again? Like, I want to see it. I want to see the spice.
Modern day America than in North Korea or the Soviet Union or something like that, right? And
what about
similar
China?
to your point, yeah, much rather live in America than China, right? Mm-hmm. So it
Oh, here we go. All right. Larry Hutch Hutchinson says he's now threatening the Texas Democrats with members of the FBI arrest if they don't return to the vote. Yeah. But that's like, if we keep talking about all the bad things that Trump's done, then we're just going to have like pages upon pages upon pages upon pages of stuff. And while that would be funny to show up with all of Trump's evils, I just want to contend with the ones that I think are not only substantive, but actually just outright evil. You can't dispute the process because it's evil. It is bad, and you know that it's bad, and you don't care.
Pretty much every, I would say that the best incarnation of the institutional framework that I would recommend is the Nordic model. Right. Now, they don't go as far as I would go, but they're probably the best present day incarnation. Now, to your point, though, I think it is important for socialists and socialist thinkers to say, look, just because it's socialist doesn't mean that it's good or that it's net beneficial, right? Like, we have to be willing to recognize practical limitations to what we advocate for. And we certainly have to be willing to recognize that not every...
Loki says, I'm tired of people crying about tariffs in one breath, but wanting a ton of corporate taxes like it wouldn't equate to the same. Bruh, I'm just going to be mean. Go back to Hot Wheels, man. This politics game isn't for you. Taxing international goods versus increasing the taxes on corporations. Yeah, you could argue that it has the net effect of increasing the costs for consumer goods. I'll concede that point to you. That's obviously true. But what benefit do we garner by increasing the costs of foreign goods that we like? So for instance, bananas, right? There might be like one or two states or territories that can grow bananas. Okay. So let's say that a Puerto Rican banana, let's just say that you can grow a banana in Puerto Rico. And you can grow it for 20 cents per banana, right? And you can import bananas from Central and South America, and you can get it for 7 cents. So what economic benefit is reaped by the American consumer or the American taxpayer by having a 13-cent tariff per banana on Central and South American bananas? You're not decreasing the cost of Puerto Rican bananas. You're not making bananas cheaper for the consumer. All you're doing is you're creating an artificial price floor for bananas where the consumer has to pay 20 cents per banana instead of 7 cents per banana. Like, I'm not a pure free trade marketeer. I actually think when it comes to national security, we should be limiting exports of chip technology and microchips and defense technologies to rivals and enemies. And we should be taxing the shit out of things that come into the United States that threaten our stability. However, this analysis of like corporate taxes also increase costs. Like, again, fucking, you know how like a 5 head has such a big forehead because their brain is so big? You got like a 2 head, bro. You look like a fucking, you're the opposite of a pug. You know how pugs have like giant foreheads and then like squished eyes and faces? Instead, your face and eyes expand. So the top part of your head is actually smaller than the rest of your head. It's amazing. Now, I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna listen to the next 2 minutes, see if I can throw an elbow, and then I'm gonna let SharePoints react. 1 second.
Thing that's public ownership is good, right? Like the way that the North Koreans organize social ownership is not a good way to organize social ownership for various reasons. Same thing with China. Like if we were to just compare like the state-owned enterprises, what state-owned enterprises generally do better in terms of just being efficient and providing returns to the public, it's Norwegian's state-owned enterprises, not necessarily Chinese state-owned enterprises, because their institutional framework in China is not as good. So I hope that answers your question. Basically, yeah, I would definitely pick like living in America over living in all of those various poor, examples that you.
Okay, sure. So, because it seems strange that.
Gee, Bus Christos. I asked for I'm once again asking for your financial support. I was asking for some financial support, and Grassroots Hegemon just he just badgered me with financial support. Jesus Christ. 20 memberships. That's bananas. Thank you, King. Seriously, thank you. That means a lot. Like your support means a lot. It really does.
In the conversation you had with Destiny and Connor, that a lot of the conversation is, should moderate Democrats, which is, liberal people, the philosophy of liberalism based in liberal principles, should that party really be engaged?
Jesus Christ. I did a shill and everybody came out swinging. Christian Valeris, $50. It was January 6th, not January 7th. Lol, take my money. Thank you for the $50. That's another incredibly generous donation. That is fucking insane. And yeah. But Christian Valeris, I was trying to say on January 6th, half the Republicans were cheering on January 6th, and half of them were in shock that it was happening. But on January 7th, the people who were cheering on January 6th, like whatever that guy's name from Andromeda, he's a big Republican simp. Main actor from Andromeda. Kevin Sorbo is a big MAGA simp. Sorbo January 6 tweets. These things are so fucking funny, by the way. Look at this. He's like, he's like 316. He says, to those storming the Capitol building, please be careful. Do not act like Antifa. Respect the police and know they are mostly on our side. They're simply trying to do their job. And then people are storming the Capitol. He's like, it's happening. Yeah, it's happening. History is being made. To those storming the Capitol, please be careful. Don't act like Antifa. Respect the police and know that they're mostly on our side. Antifa led the charge into the Capitol building dressed as Trump supporters. Isn't that so amazing? That is amazing. He's like, history's being made. We're taking our country back. It's happening, guys. Let's do it. Actually, Antifa were the people who charged in the Capitol. So what I'm saying, sorry if it's taken me a long time to say what I say. Counterpoints is known for that, right? Connor's known for that. Referring to myself in the third person. I'm known for being too verbose. Why do many word when few word do trick? This is what I'm saying, though, is that people like Kevin Sorbo, they were cheering it on, but even on January 7th, they knew to tuck their tail between their legs so they didn't get fucking murdered or incarcerated. Anyways, seriously, thank you to Grassroots and thank you to Christian Blair's. Those are insanely generous donations. I will be right back. I'm just going to use the restroom. Enjoy Chairpoints. He's a very good commentator and reactor. He's going to continue to watch Sitch and Econoboi try to F a football while Adam doodles on his screen.
With Socialist, and the overwhelming majority of the Socialists that we're talking about and people engaging with, that they don't really believe what you believe. They believe in a far more authoritarian view of the government. They believe in a far more restrictive form of the economy and not in this kind of what you're laying out here. So why would you even defend any of that?
Well, and I just want to add, you're giving massive ammunition to the Republicans because the Republicans want to paint every normie lib as a fucking communist. And everything you're laying out is not even close to that.
It's not close to what? I don't know what you mean. It's not close to communism or
yeah. I read your Substack, and you're not for the abolition of private property. You're not for the abolition of billionaires. So these are the things that most socialists are advocating for.
Yeah. So, okay. So I guess to respond to those general points. So, it was really part 2 of my Substack where I come to like why I call myself a socialist. I don't call myself a socialist because of my practical model. Like I call myself a socialist because I have a normative foundation, which I think to be socialist in nature. That like I do think there's an ideal of social ownership that's worth achieving, and that ideal is complete social ownership, right? And that's because of my egalitarian views. We don't have to get into that, but like it's my normative framework, not my practical framework, which is, for me dictating the label of socialist. Now, to Sitch and Adam, your point about, okay, well, most socialists are like authoritarian who, want to run the government in a more rigid and like autocratic way. I don't agree with that. Like, I think that was part of the debate that we had, that I think that when you look at the types, about 10% of the Democratic base calls themselves socialist, right? And I would obviously recognize this is an idiosyncratic group of people. But when we look at like, okay, well, who do these democratic socialists, like I guess like big D democratic socialists, who do they vote for, and like what are their general political opinions? They don't vote for people like Jackson Hinkle, like they vote for.
There's no Jackson Hinkle who runs in electoral politics. There's no authoritarian Marxist who runs in politics right now.
People like Kamala Harris, right? And so if these people were such committed autocrats.
Hold on, but they also vote for Zoltan Salami, and they also vote for AOC, and they also vote for Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, of whom I will, thank God we finally actually get some content. Bernie Sanders, I will remind you, simped for the Soviets during the 80s and the 70s, and also simped for Venezuela before it collapsed. So yeah, my whole point about libertarian and liberal socialists being useful idiots for authoritarians is just reinforced by the examples you're going to use.
I just don't think that they would vote for people like that, and they overwhelmingly do.
Yeah, we get to fight both sides, both sides, both sides, both sides.
You vote for either like moderate Democrats in general elections or like progressive Democrats in primaries, like Bernie or AOC. And if they were really tinted red to the degree that you're describing, I just like, why would they engage in electoral politics like that?
Well, I would imagine, I don't know if there's ever been a survey on it, but I'd imagine that these 10% of people, if I mean, I'm assuming that number is correct. I don't know the fact of that, but if 10% of the people call themselves socialists in the Democratic Party, that those people's views would be more aligned with the average socialist view that we see online, which is all about abolishing private property and abolishing capitalism and capital, which is not, I mean, you're sort of advocating for that, but not really, right? So you're definitely the odd man out here in what you're advocating for. And so the question is, and I think the question is, why are you sort of aligning yourself with a movement that seems to be at odds with what you want, or how you'd even define socialism?
It's not. And I'm gonna steel man Econoboi before he does it himself. Just because other people who identify with the label want bad shit doesn't mean that Econoboi has to believe in all of their bad shit. It's the same way where I have this Republican thing. Where's my Republican bubble map? I think that ideally we would reduce federal spending. I think that ideally we would try to balance the budget or get it as close to balance as possible. I think that we should try not to fiscally collapse the United States of America. However, I don't even think that's necessarily like possible as long as people continue to believe in the economy. When it comes, I do think that after 20 weeks, abortion should be banned. 18 weeks when I'm being more authoritarian. I do think that pre-18 weeks, we should discourage people from having abortions. I am for the family. I am for achievements in academics. I am for achievement in industry. I am not anti-gay, but I am anti-gay people making out in public because I'm basically anti-everybody making out in public, which is mildly homophobic. But bear in mind, I hold it for the heterosexuals as well, because effectively to me, it looks like two dogs eating spaghetti, right? Like whenever people start doing the tongue thing, like, like when you do the smoochy kiss, when you do the first smoochy kiss, the peck, that's totally fine. When you do the smoochy kiss and then you lean in a little bit and you open your lips a little bit and then you kind of keep it there so you can rub your faces together, that's okay. It's getting into the weird territory. When you open your mouth and then jam out your tongue so you can lick the other person's mouth, that's gross. And that's like dogs eating spaghetti. If you want to do that in private, do it in private, but don't do it in public in front of me, right? Then neoconservatives and Burkean conservatives, this is a fiscal conservative, social conservative. Then a neoconservative perspective is the new left, the radical left of the 60s and 70s went too far. They're pro-democratic and pro-republican, and that they're militarist and they're interventionist. I believe in all this shit. But I don't sign off on the homophobia of social conservatisms. I don't sign off on their biblical literalism. I don't sign off on the fiscal conservatives saving a penny in order to spend $1. I think they're fucking idiots. And then I also don't support the United States constantly invading foreign countries because it's expensive and it doesn't do what we want it to do. So I'm still, in my mind, philosophically a Republican and hold the majority of these ideas. But there's a lot of dumbasses in the Republican Party. I don't know if you guys noticed that. There's actually a shitload of really stupid people in the Republican Party.
Look, I mean, I think if online circles were true indicators of people's beliefs, then Bernie Sanders would have completely flatlined Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primary.
Well, no, wait, hold on. That's so I agree that the online internet circle is the minority, definitely, but it's definitely the majority of socialists. So I don't think you can say that the majority.
It's a Marxist definition of socialism. I'm actually, hopefully this is spicing up. I can feel the heat in the room warming up a little bit. Not this one. Where's the other one? Did I close it? I think I closed it. but it's important. So keep this definition in mind as we're actually moving into the content. This is going to be important for this conversation. So Econoboi is using the broad definition of socialism to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. And he wants to use sovereign wealth funds to purchase majority stakes in successful corporations so workers can own the means of production. But I haven't heard him say anything about decommodifying basic human needs. And I haven't heard him say anything about a moneyless, stateless class of society. I actually really wouldn't mind having a 10 or 20 minute conversation with Econoboi because I feel like I've decoded the conversation. Can I open this in Paint? I want to open this in Paint. Open. Where is it? Notice how I can scroll through my photos because I don't have any weird horse porn. I'm like very proud of that. I'm very proud of the fact that I don't have underage cartoon drawings and horses in my folders. All right, here we go. Good. So if we need to draw more stuff, we can draw more stuff.
Majority of socialists online is not indicative of socialists running around elsewhere in America.
But I think that if it was true that basically like popular online socialist media figures represented or like insular socialist internet, like, Discord spaces and things like that, like really represented everyone of that, 10% that calls themselves a socialist.
I don't think that they represent the full 10%, Econoboi. Please don't straw man my position, but I don't want that sample to expand. And I think that you're sweeping for that sample, and that sample running around unchallenged will eventually expand people who are referring to social democracy and are referring to the Scandinavian model to believing in Marxist and your bad ideas. That is my criticism. Please don't straw man it.
Socialist, then you would expect that to not even, that wouldn't even be 10% of the base. These people would be Green Party voters. They wouldn't even vote for Democrats, right? Because this is a group of people that is like so substantially anti-democratic party and working within these frameworks, right? Like I take it that the average online socialist, like media figure, I should say, is just certainly not very similar to the average like actually existing person that would describe themselves as a socialist.
The DSA had second thought come to their conference and give a speech.
Yeah, the DSA, but the DSA again, like if we're talking about the DSA itself is not a platform organization, right? Like they take a very broad socialist tent. And I would never deny the idea that there are tankies in the socialist movement, or that there are people in the socialist movement who have just like broader undesirable views. I mean, that's true with every political movement, of course. So I would never say that, but I'm just saying that we have to distinguish between what I think to be three very different groups of people. We've got online socialist commentators. We have basically DSA members, which is about 70,000 some odd people, depending on the year. It seems like they're getting an uptick in membership lately. And then we have everyone that calls themselves a socialist, which is like 5% of the entire adult population, which is like that's like 10, 15 million people or something like that, right? And online socialists and DSA members are just, I know it sounds bizarre, but it's almost like saying the Black Lives Matter organization is representative of like everyone that's used the Black Lives Matter hashtag, when that's just that would be a totally unfair characterization of the broader views of people that support the Black Lives Matter movement. And so that's just to answer that point. To answer the second point that you made about, coming out as, I've heard this point a lot, like, coming out as a socialist, I guess like in some regards, like gives cover to Marxist-Leninists or people who have like these very bad intentions. I guess I don't really agree with that. I think that on like the margin, you could make the argument that like by me making a sensible case for socialism, it's going to give people less pause when they just like hear the word socialism when somebody describes in their views, and that could be like a person that has these very
Yeah, so this is I'm going to consider this our first uwu cutesy. Socialism is just kawaii and uwu. I'm going to go ahead and put a tick market in this one because we're supposed to do an Econoboi dodge counter, and a socialism is kawaii and uwu. I'm going to put my first tick in there. Because he's saying that like, well, most socialists are actually just social democrats, or they're Scandinavian. The Marxist-Leninists and the Marxists are actually like fairly, underrepresentative of the entire block of people who label themselves socialists. And so as a result, I'm just not worried about it. And I think that for me, that's just like socialism is kawaii and uwu, right? That's what it feels like. I'm happy that we're finally using the counter, though. That's good. So N sort says right wingers are not serious people. Well, I would consider myself to be a right winger in the ways that I've described the Republican Party in the ideals that they espouse that are actually positive. However, I understand that I recently voted for a Democrat because MAGA is so fucking evil. So do with that what you will. Melody says, hope you understand now why I think people like Adam cannot be reached. They are so far gone and stupid, they can only save themselves. I mean, you said it, not me. Jesus.
Negative beliefs. But I mean, I think that if you really operate under that, we would be in.
Harley Smith says, is this the glove girl? Yeah, she's the one that said that she was ordered to give Donald Trump a hand job with a glove because apparently Donald Trump is a germaphobe.
Yeah, we would be in kind of an ideological black hole in some sense. Like, obviously, there's many people that call themselves liberal who have like pretty abhorrent political views. And it's like, are we going to say that, like, are we essentially going to say that we can judge a movement by the worst minority of people within it?
Why didn't the Biden admin go after Trump for allegations involving Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell? Because Bill Clinton banged underage prostitutes as well.
I just don't
that's the problem,
think we would
that
operate that way.
You're making the claim that all the socialists or the majority of socialists online are not indicative of this.
Sorry, real quick. Cicero says Destiny's out here doxing JStock's editor. It's deserved. I don't like doxing, bro. I'm just going to say it. I think that this is eye for an eye, makes the whole world blind. I don't like it. I'm not going to participate in it. I think it's bad when Steven does it. I think it's bad. If he's serious that he thinks that Queeman and JStock and their ilk are hanging out with a bunch of Kiwi Farms freaks who are responsible for the doxing of him and his friends, I think that's evil. I think it's fucked up. I think you shouldn't do it. I don't think the solution is exposing the public information of JStock, Queeman, and whoever. I think it's to have a defensive strategy and not to participate in bad behavior. That being said, I've never been swatted before. So maybe if I get swatted, I'll have a more offensive posture. My position now is that it's bad and no one should be doing it.
5% of socialists that is out there. The DSA is not indicative of that. How do you know this? What are you basing this off of?
Well, but Sitch, again,
Charles Burrows thanks Grassroots Hegemon for the gifted membership.
So number one, there's polling data, right? So I feel like I understand that.
What is the polling data say?
Yeah, give us a poll.
So, okay, so I can look it up and send it to you afterwards. But basically, by the polling data of like who do socialists vote for, right? These people overwhelmingly vote for Democrats, right? Adam, what's funny about what I just said? Like, if you're not going to be
Nazis overwhelmingly vote for Republicans. It doesn't mean
Bro, damn, Adam stumbled into a good position.
Republicans are Nazis.
Yeah, I mean,
Democrats are socialists. What are we talking about?
No,
I didn't say that.
I think that most socialists, even if they have very extreme socialist views, if they have to vote between Kamala Harris and Trump, most of them are going to vote for Kamala Harris.
True.
See how that is.
Obviously.
No, but you guys are making the claim.
Let me just lay out what I'm saying. I don't think that just because there's a poll that says the majority of socialists will vote for Democrats, that does not mean that you can turn around and say, well, that means that the majority of socialists online is not where the view of socialists in America are.
So so we're going to ultimately go in circles on this. I think it is more sensible to judge, in some sense, a broader movement of people by who they support in actually existing political spaces. Because if, for instance, I think one of the in the Destiny debate, one of the main actual criticism that Destiny narrowed in on was online media figure socialists are radical and anti-democratic party and arguably anti-democracy just in general, right? And one of the points that I made was, hey, if it's true that the average person who calls themselves a socialist is basically a tinfoil hat wearing Green Party like, anti-democrat, anti-democracy socialist, I don't think it would be sensible to expect that like 70 to 90% of these people would just vote for the moderate Democratic nominee, right?
I don't even think that's correct. I'm putting another tick in the socialists or just kawaii and uwu fucking box, okay? Reason being is because even socialists, even Aaron Straighterade, who's a fucking tanky, well, maybe she's not a tanky, but maybe she's not even a Marxist-Leninist, but she's a communist. She believes that the end state of humanity should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society, which makes me want to eat a gun. She votes for Democrats because she is doing harm reduction and choosing the lesser of two evils. So from her perspective, while she still lives in a capitalist hellscape, she's going to vote for the lesser of two evils. I don't think that Econoboi's point refutes anything that's being said. I think him saying that the vast majority of people who call themselves socialists or social democrats, that doesn't make me feel good. I feel like they're rehabilitating the word. Him saying that, oh, we're just small boys. It's our birthday. You don't want to hurt us. It's our birthday. That doesn't make me feel good. And then similar to Sitch and Adam, I actually feel like they are calling out the fact. Maybe there's one more. Can I give it to you? I think Sitch and Adam are correctly calling out the fact that just because they engage in harm reduction doesn't mean that they're like committed freedom-seeking individuals. Doesn't mean that they're liberal or libertarian. Then Alexander Vazushu says the things that you described aren't the oppressions of capitalism are not exclusive to capitalism. They were arguably worse under communism since the union leader can be worse than the boss. I agree with you, Vazushu. I agree with you. However, I'm just saying that that is the kind of stuff that socialists want to emancipate the workers from. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I agree. Oftentimes socialism and communism promises one thing and delivers hell on earth. That doesn't, in my opinion, that doesn't take away from my expressed intent of socialism.
Right. And look, if you guys don't buy that data and you say, look, these guys, they're just hiding their power level or whatever, then we just have a bedrock disagreement, a bedrock, difference of understanding of the data. And there's no reconciling that.
True. It is irreconcilable. You're right. Lawson Harrison for $10 says, we can sleep when we're dead, get back to work. Yeah. Spoken like a true hustle boss.
Wasn't the context of the debate, should we be reaching out to the far left, the radicals, the ones that do want to hang the billionaires and abolish?
Sorry, real quick. Grassroots says, bullshit. I haven't slept 8 hours in a day in over a decade, lol. Grassroots, I love you. And thank you for the support for this channel. You need to start sleeping more or else you're going to die early. And I don't want you to die early. And if you continue to work yourself to the bone and slowly kill yourself, then please put me in your will. With love, thank you.
Private property. Was that the context of your argument?
Adam, that is such an absurd thing to say that was the context. The context of the debate wasn't, do you really think that the context of the debate was, should we reach out to people who want to hang billionaires? Do you think that was like a sensible?
I mean, that's actually kind of what I was saying. Kind of what I was saying was that you guys are getting comfortable with people like the Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske and Cristobal and Hassan Piker and Noah Sampson and all that kind of stuff. And I understand that they don't have one-to-one interactions with these people, but obviously what ended up happening was Hassan Piker found out who Pisco was through the drama and cheered on Pisco in the drama. So yeah, I think my my accusation stands.
Interpretation of the topic.
What wasn't the name of the stream? Like,
I was asking Adam respectfully. I just, Adam, do you think that was a
Ooh, Econoboi knows that he can bully Adam. Go for it, Econoboi. Go for it.
Understand? Do you think that's what I was defending when I said we should reach out to people that say we should kill all the billionaires?
Well, obviously.
That wasn't a good interpretation of Econoboi's perspective, but it was a good interpretation of the framing of the debate.
You wouldn't frame it that way.
Do you think that's what I meant?
Well, look, you're talking about Hassan. Do you think Hassan wants to kill all the billionaires?
first of all, you are the first one to bring up Hassan in this conversation. Okay.
Well,
now,
Hassan came up in.
It's a perfectly valid question. I don't know why. Dude, I'm going to put a Dodge. We found our first Econoboi Dodge. That's a Dodge. Hassan Piker, everybody was thinking of Hassan Piker when we were talking about this conversation. So him saying like, you're the first one to bring up Hassan Piker. Why are we even talking about Hassan Piker? No, that's actually part of the point of the debate. Absolutely. Econoboi has 1 Dodge and 2 socialisms is kawaii and uwu.
Your conversation, though, he was one of the names that you bandied about.
Yeah, and I said over and over and over and over and over again. No, Adam, dude, you're completely. I feel like you're trolling me at this point. I said over and over and over again. I probably said 5 separate times in that. No, simple. Adam, 1 second. I probably.
About to get spicy.
Said 5 separate times in that conversation. I don't think we should be courting Hassan. Hassan is not the kind of person I would acquiesce to.
Okay, but Hassan has millions of viewers. Should you be appealing to Hassan's viewers? And I think your answer is going to be yes.
That's an absurd, fucking wild mischaracterization of anything that I said. All that I said was this, okay? I said, to the extent that 10% of people that vote for Democrats, roughly speaking, are socialists or socialist-aligned people, we should listen to what they have to say, and we should incorporate at least some of what they have to say in the Democratic Party platform, and we should give them some leadership positions within the party. Like AOC should probably be the chair of some committee. So Mamdani should probably speak at the DNC.
Are these
N-Sort says, please don't call me out like that. So N-Sort is, I hope he doesn't mind me using his first name. His first name's Nick. I've met him in real life. And he's also a workaholic. So 8 hours of sleep needed to survive, work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, getting ready for work, hobbies, family, friends, beer, and grilling. Yeah, effectively, N-Sort has evaporated this category so he can make good money here. And I don't even think he necessarily gets good sleep. Like, bro, you gotta take care of yourself or you're gonna die early. That's what I'm saying. Speaking of which, I might start working out in a minute, but I'm kind of waiting for the conversation to pick up spice-wise. I'm just going to shout out that we are on Valor Media Network, which is kind of the smaller of my channels, and I have not needed to tweet out or do community posts for the past week because we've gotten good viewership on Valor Media Network. We just broke 200, which is awesome. Quick shill time. Like the stream, share it with your friends. If you have a good time, come back tomorrow and come back the next day. Super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. I parasocially love you for being here. Thank you for choosing Counterpoints and Valor Media Network as your streamer of choice today.
People,
things like that.
The question is, are these people in league with Hassan, or are these people normal moderates? I mean, that's really what the conflict
we've already
is over. And you're arguing that they're not in league with Hassan. You're arguing we should not court those people, but we should court the people who are the moderates. And I think the disagreement is over whether those people actually exist or whether it's more fans of Hassan.
Yeah, the question is, are people like AOC?
Sorry, real quick. PS says, you're assuming people can live off of one job. That's not the case anymore. Yeah, I know. That's bad. And we should fix that. Absolutely.
AOC and Mamdani basically just believe the same thing that Hassan believes, right? And like they're just hiding their power level.
Yeah, I believe that, Econoboi. I believe that 100%.
And the people who vote for them are basically just a bunch of Hassan like fans, basically. And like, are these like fundamentally different group of people? I think if the caricature, and I'm not saying it's an incorrect caricature, but if the caricature of the online left media figure is one who is anti-democratic, anti-democracy, basically a tanky that believes in authoritarianism, and if that caricature is the caricature of just the millions of people that call themselves socialists in this country, then I don't think you would expect those people to be out there. You know, these are people that, like the caricature that I described, these are people that would say it's evil to vote for Kamala Harris. It's completely wrong. You should never vote for the evil genocide Joe party or whatever. But they overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris.
Sorry, real quick. I caught up with our Eurasian discussions. Kay says there's an argument to be made that enabling other countries ends up with larger populations that end up unable to sustain themselves and are in ultimate collapse, which hurts more people. Yeah, Kay, I'm not interested in that. But you understand that 200 years ago, that was used as an excuse to starve millions of my people to death, right? Like, I'm Irish, okay? During the 19th century, we were a monocrop culture, meaning that, yeah, sure, we had cows, we had pigs, we had potatoes, et cetera, but 80% of agricultural production was related to potatoes. And so we had the blight show up and wipe out our monoculture crop. And then the British said, well, realistically, the Irish are Catholics. They have 10 kids anyways. You know, they're overpopulated as is. So even though there is enough food on the island of Ireland to feed Ireland's people, we're just going to let, you know, a third of the population get wiped out by starvation because fuck them, right? So, you know, while I'm sure that you can create a perverse incentive society that ultimately implodes, and we should 100% avoid that, I would rather look for a technocratic solution to modernize Africa rather than just killing 14 million Africans and then being like, lol, skill issue. 5-year-old kid with AIDS, skill issue, get wrecked, get owned in the marketplace of ideas, AIDS baby. Like, that's fucked up.
And they overwhelmingly tend to vote for Democrats in the primary. And so again, if we just have a misinterpretation, if we have just a fundamentally different interpretation of that data and theory of what it means to be a socialist and the kinds of like motivations of voters, then that there's no, you know, we just have a bedrock disagreement. But I think my view just generally captures better, you know, just the motivations of people who vote, I guess. So.
This isn't, but what you're doing is it's not an interpretation. It's an assumption. It's a very large assumption that you're making.
Well, assumption, interpret. I mean, obviously these are somewhat interchangeable words.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
sure,
but I think the connotation I'm going to use for assumption seems to be a lot more clear here, because you're using this one data point, which is just that these people that say that they're socialists would vote for Democrats, and you're saying, well, therefore, because they vote for Democrats, that must mean that.
Floki, your ad hom bullshit doesn't make you right, and your ignorance of geology and use that for your analysis. You were looking for the word geography, Floki TV. Geology is the study of rocks. Bruh, go study geology. Bruh, jumping on a rake skateboard meme. Bruh, this was you. Connor, your ad hominem attack doesn't mean anything, you know, and you are ignorant of geology. Bro. Oh, man. Yeah, Floki, I'm going to keep you as a pet for a while, but when you get too annoying, you're probably getting suspended. And if you're too annoying after that, you're going to get banned. You just said something incredibly fucking stupid. This is a 3,000 IQ chat, okay? This is the smartest chat in Twitch and YouTube politics. And you saying that I'm ignorant of geology is proving that you probably don't belong. Just going to be real.
That they have far more moderate views than all the socialists in the DSA, than all the socialists online, all the socialists that we're visibly seeing. So you're saying that
KO Dave says, did you say fascism is your ideal society? Please tell me I missed something. Yeah, I'm mostly being sarcastic. But like Robert Heinlein, Starship Troopers, effectively it's a militarist libertarian society. So you can't vote unless you do public service, and public service is a few years of like dangerous service. And then you get the opportunity to vote. And then the military goes and does what it needs to do in order to protect humanity. But private society is just free. It's entrepreneurial. You can do whatever you want to do. As long as you pay your taxes, nobody gives a shit. So it's like a blend of libertarianism and militarism. And I actually would be perfectly okay with that. If everybody thought like me, we would be able to achieve that society. Unfortunately, not a lot of people think like me, so it's probably just a pipe dream.
There's basically this silent majority of socialists out there that just because they voted in, possibly for the lesser of two evils in their mind, which a lot of people, I think, I'm pretty sure Hassan, I don't know if he did, but I'm pretty sure that most people in Hassan's audience voted for Harris. I'm pretty sure most people in Vosh's audience voted for Harris. I would assume basically every person in the left-wing audience on YouTube voted for Harris. So to me, the assumption you're making just seems completely out of left field.
Okay, and look, I think it is more fair to judge a broader movement by the kinds of people that they elect. I think that, for instance, when you look at Donald Trump and like all the people that vote for Trump, like it does seem to me that people who vote for Trump are like a pretty different group of people than people who vote for Kamala Harris.
Sorry, you guys are he's making a point and I need to address it, but Sacred Snow makes an interesting point, which is, so in the real world, it's the worst form of governance because even if you get the perfect leader, they'll die eventually and it will inevitably become a shithole. That's actually the argument of the former Yugoslavia under Tito. So Tito, at least according to the people of former Yugoslavia, was a benevolent dictator. He united three different people. He united the Muslim Bosniaks, the Christian Serbs, and the Christian Croats. And I think the Serbs might be mixed religion, but I think one of them was Catholic and one of them was Orthodox. I forget. But the point is the Serbs were like the ethno-religious dominant faction within the former Yugoslavia. But Tito instituted, while he did torture and kill people, obviously, because let's face it, he's a socialist dictator, it happens. He did instantiate a market socialist economy that was relatively decent for the former Yugoslavia, and he also stood up to the Soviet Union. When Russia tried to throw its weight around, he told Russia to fuck off. And so he's kind of remembered as a former Yugoslavian hero, like the Croats, the Bosniaks, and the Serbs, relatively speaking, remember him fondly as a benevolent dictator. But what happened as soon as he died? The Serbs wanted to maintain their dominance. The Croats wanted to be independent. The Bosniaks wanted to be independent. And so the Serbs engaged in ethno-religious purges of the Croats and the Bosniaks in order to assert their dominance. So yeah, like a benevolent dictator or a good king is only as good as long as he's in power. The second a good king dies and he's replaced by an evil king, the entire world falls apart. Which is why I don't like monarchy, and it's why I don't like dictatorial fascism. It's why I don't like authoritarian communism. Absolutely. Good point, Sacred Snow.
That seems like a fair assumption to make.
Okay, no one's saying otherwise. What do you mean?
No, I'm not saying you're saying otherwise. I'm just saying, I'm just a crude comparison, right? That like, okay, like these are pretty radically different groups of people, right?
Wait, hold on. That's not
you're not. I didn't make the argument. I haven't finished the point. Okay. So I'm just saying that I think it's sensible to say that based on who people vote for in politics, that says something I think pretty core to that person. And when I look at all these different online socialist media figures who said vote for the Green Party, opt out, don't go show up to vote. And overwhelmingly, these people just like ignored that and didn't do that. I don't think that Hassan is more representative of those people. I think that people like Bernie is like Bernie is a better representative of the views of the average American socialist than Hassan. Bernie has a much bigger audience, much bigger.
Bernie Sanders simped for the Soviet Union and Maduro. Why would I not believe you? You understand what happened was Bernie Sanders wrote an article like 10 or 20 years ago where he said that the American dream is more likely to be realized in Venezuela than it is to be realized in the United States. And he liked that they nationalized the petroleum. He liked that they were promising these generous educational benefits. He liked that they were promising these generous social welfare system. He fucking loved that shit. Bernie Sanders loved what Maduro was doing in Venezuela. And then what happened? Maduro nationalized a single commodity, petroleum. The oil markets went to shit. They created a bunch of perverse incentives within the economy for people to not work. And then the entire economy collapsed. And then people started eating the zoo animals. Now, America, let's be real, probably put some economic pressures on Venezuela. But if your system can't stand up to international pressure, it's probably a bad fucking system, right? Frustrating.
Bigger platform. He's gotten millions of votes. He still has millions of people that support him. I don't know.
Yes, I think Bernie hides his power level. Yes, I think Bernie Sanders is bad. Yes, I think Bernie Sanders swept for authoritarian regimes, the same way that Noam Chomsky is supposedly a liberal or libertarian or anarchic syndicalist socialist, but he still does apologia for Pol Pot. Fuck Noam Chomsky, and to a lesser degree, fuck Bernie Sanders.
So
Let
people that
me
support Bernie
ask
were not
out of
socialists.
let me ask out of all the people that voted for Trump, I think it was over 70 million Americans. What is how much of that constituency is radical, and how much of that constituency is just normie Republicans?
It's a crude estimate. I mean, by the polling that I've seen, it seems like probably 60% of
the Republican Party is actually MAGA. Yes.
people that vote for Republicans could have what I would call, or I would say 60% of Republican identified Trump voters. So,
Yes. Thank you for the steel man, Econoboi. I appreciate it.
I guess it's less than 60%. So I guess probably 40% of the people who voted for Trump have views, self-expressed views that I would describe as radical.
So 40% of Trump voters are radicals.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. 40% of Trump are radicals? Let me just make sure I understand the argument, because they might fight over it.
Self-expressed views that I would describe as radical.
So 40% of Trump voters are radicals.
I agree with that. I think that so I agree with, I've read similar stats to Econoboi. I think 60% of the population of Trump, of the Republican Party is just MAGA. Trump is their first choice. They want Trump. 40% of them are diehard Trump fans. And then, 20% of them are like pragmatics. Like they want some specific policy that Trump promises to be passed. And then the remaining 40%, the ones who don't vote for Trump, like me, find him unpalatable. But bear in mind, we're probably less than 10% of the party. And then the remainders, they pinch their nose and they vote for him because they have tribal loyalty to the party. And they're just trying to survive the storm.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
So, well, of those radicals, because there are a lot of people, I know Fuentes kind of went back and forth on Trump, but there were a lot of people that were in the alt-right or the white national space, or people that believed in the Jewish question, who definitely voted for and supported Trump, even though Trump is probably the most pro-Israel candidate we've ever had. So why would they vote for Trump?
So I'm not denying that there are Marxist-Leninists who voted for Kamala Harris, right? So obviously there's probably some portion of people in the world who are Marxist-Leninists and voted for Harris, right? So I've never said anything different, right?
Except for we have an example that who is it? Aaron Straderade. She's a communist who voted for Harris for harm reduction. Vosh is an anarcho-communist. He also voted for Harris for harm reduction. There are people who are super far left who voted for Harris.
However,
you're implying that they're not on the scale.
I'm implying that I think the great majority of socialists are not basically tankies, right? That they have broadly favorable democratic views. For instance, one of the pieces of evidence that I've used to say that 10% of Democrats describe themselves as socialists is those 10% have cross-ideological identifiers. So that's 10% of people that would call themselves both liberal and a socialist, right? And again, I don't think a tankie would call themselves liberal, right? And I don't think a tankie would generally be, they wouldn't be very likely to vote for Kamala Harris if that's their ideological disposition. I just think that it's a better assumption to make that people like Bernie and AOC and Mamdani and all these different socialist,
all the people who sweep for authoritarian regimes overseas,
who've been elected in these big elections and who are well known and supported. I just think it's a better assumption to say that their views, because they actually get votes, are more reflective of the base of socialists in this country than, a guy like Hassan who streams, what does Hassan stream to? 15,000 people?
What is Hassan stream to? He's just like the second or third biggest streamer in the world. He gets 15,000 live and hundreds of thousands of post-recorded views. He's just a small boy. He's just uwu. He's just cute and kawaii. Nice. I'll add another ticker to the cute and socialism is just cute and kawaii ticker box. Thanks. 3 of those. Econoboi, you son of a bitch.
I just don't think that's very representative of the socialist movement compared to these politicians. But again, we just disagree on that. You know, there's nothing really there's no more to extract, I guess.
Would you define yourself as woke?
That's out of left field. Literally,
it seems like it, but it's gonna make sense. We're gonna come
yeah.
back.
I mean, I guess so. Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I wouldn't use the word woke, but I mean, obviously, I have far left.
He's progressive.
Views, so.
Right. So you believe in intersectionality. You believe in CRT, queer theory, all genders, all mostly social. Like.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Do you think the majority of Americans would align with those views or no?
No, probably not.
Do you think no? Okay. Why do you think if the majority of Americans did not align with that view became so dominant, especially a few years ago?
Yeah, we all talk in that worldview. I like where Sitch is going. I think Sitch is going to say, you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where the puck will be. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott, Stephen Bennell. I think that's what he's going, is like, you don't just assume that these things are going to be uwu and kawaii forever. If they're dominating the social landscape, if they're dominating culture, if they're dominating political language. Mud Farmer says, have I watched King of the Hill reboot? Not yet. I hope it's good though.
So in the media and on the internet.
Well, again, that perfectly aligns with my theory of like the internet and the media spaces being unrepresentative of the average person, right? That like the average.
Except for it's increasingly obvious that internet influences politics. Laura Loomer has gotten admin people fired, even though she's like a schizo Twitter warrior MAGA person. Plenty of schizo MAGA people have influenced the Trump administration. So no, I do not accept this. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the socialism is cute and kawaii ticker box again. Yep. Sweeping. Just saying I'm a small boy. It's my birthday. Don't beat up on me.
Person is not. I don't think the average person is well represented by individual media spaces or individual like online communities, right? And so similarly to how that's true with the average person, I think it's also true with the average person that calls themselves a socialist.
Right. So I agree. The average person does not fit into that genre being woke, but the wokeness definitely completely seemed to captivate the online left. It seemed to captivate a lot.
Connor says at timestamp 140 gets spicy for like 7 minutes. I'm okay with the momentum, and we haven't looped so hard. I might just watch this. I'm not going to lie. Like, because the Hassan Piker Noah Sampson, I try to do 2-hour segments. But truth be told, this is so relevant that I kind of want to keep going with this. So sorry to the VOD viewers. Sorry for a 4-hour VOD. My apologies.
A lot of the media, and it had such significant control that even when Bernie Sanders was running, I think it was in 2016 or 2015, that when a couple of random Black women came up to interrupt him, instead of him or security escorting these people off, he just stood there with his arms down, looking down, and let these people steal the microphone from him. Right?
Okay, what does that have to do?
Because
Floki says, you don't know anything, Floki, but you're right. Crazy in depth, Connor. You're yeah, okay. Floki, we're not going to have a good relationship. Goodbye. If you don't understand what I explained, which is effectively like, yes, they both increase the cost of the goods to the consumer, but one clearly has an effect on the international commerce, you're too stupid to be in my chat. Sorry.
It seems like your argument is there is some kind of large majority of people out there that are silent that are going to control the socialist narrative. And if by your own view, woke was in the minority, and yet it had such a substantial impact that Bernie completely capitulated to it in that moment. You had most of the Democrats raise their hand and say that they would give health care to illegal aliens, which was a complete capitulation of wokeness. You had so many schools, institutions dominated by wokeness. It seems strange to me that your argument is, well, socialism is going to be okay because the majority of socialists don't believe X, when majority of people, by what you're saying, didn't believe woke, and yet woke completely swept through all of our institutions and they all kowtowed to it.
Well, so again, I don't think that the things that you described, like quote unquote, completely swept through our institutions. Now, I would agree that there's a lot of, you know, like there's like federal contracting standards where if you're like a woman-owned business, you get extra points on a like whether or not you're going to get a government contract or something like that, right? And I agree, there's a lot of like individual schools or like college professors who would talk about CRT and stuff like that, right? But I don't think that clearly it wasn't the case that these like radical views on like gender equity or racial equity or things like that were.
It's 12:20. PS works at Just You Wait. Connor will be here in like 20 minutes. Can I promote mods from StreamYard? I don't think so. I can only ban people. Let me go to the YouTube. I think the problem is I have to be logged into Valor Media in order to promote mods. So I'm gonna text Philip. Can you make grassroots hegemon Christian Valeris K and Gen X Jonah Zilla. I'm trying to think of anybody else that I see like super often, but we can start with that. 2 mods on the YouTube channel, please. We'll start there, and then you know, if we need more mods, we'll get more mods. Sorry guys.
Extremely broadly adopted, not only because Democrats have lost elections in that regard, but also because it's, I mean, like for instance, like we see right now, we see a lot of Democratic spaces that are kind of in reaction against that because they feel like it's been
Larry Hutchinson with the super chat
and toxic to the party. But I
Yeah,
would never.
now.
My theory, but my
Now,
theory
because
of
Kamala lost, because she couldn't pivot away from this, because
Well,
she
I
couldn't
would
say,
never-
no,
but
I don't
Sitch,
want to give transgender
so-
surgeries to illegal
Okay,
immigrants
well,
and criminals.
I don't want to get sidetracked on a debate about transgender. We're here to talk about socialism.
No.
Right?
This is the point. You're making your core argument.
No, but
get him, Sitch, get him, rip his head off.
Sitch, I understand the point. You're making the point that a minority of people can set the media narrative, and then people broadly can run with that as a wedge issue. But that's, I mean, of course that's true, right? Like I don't think I would ever say anything different.
No. It's
like
not just that it's a wedge issue. It's that the minority of people who were the woke had such influence over the Democratic Party that right now people are having a conversation about why did they all bend over for these people when it hurt Kamala's electoral chances.
Well,
True.
So, for instance, a lot of those positions that she staked out, was in the primary. That's where a lot of like the radical, like left-wing Kamala quotes come from. And that was when she was trying to capture a part of the base that she, perceived, I guess part of her lane was to get these like very progressive voters to vote for her, right? Now, we're not talking about, just to be clear, like views about transgender. Like I take it that, yeah, like the average person that calls themselves a socialist probably does have very progressive views on trans issues or something like that. Like I don't think I'd ever disagree with that, right? But what you guys are saying is like, okay, like based on that, you're saying, hey, we can ascribe essentially, not every, but we can use this example of a fringe of the party being able to set the narrative for in some sense a broader swath than they represent. And so then we can necessarily say that that's the case with these Marxist-Leninist creators who are now all of a sudden engendering this like deep sense of anti-democracy and anti-democratic.
Okay, so I'm going to draw this out. I did just message Philip and put in a bunch of mods. We're doing another Microsoft Paint thing. Okay, so we have, let's do Soviet Union, China, and the United States. Soviet Union. I'm going to spell China the way Trump pronounces it, China. And the United States. So these had both the Soviet Union and Maoist China had Marxist-Leninist revolutions, right? And so the instantiators of these revolutions were Mao Zedong in China, excusame, are Mao Zedong in China and Joseph Stalin in Russia. So Stalinism, Maoism. Stalinism, Maoism, and this is the most extreme that these countries ever were, was under their vanguard party. That's where majority of the deaths and the centrally planned bullshit and the starvation and the famines, they happened under Joseph Stalin and under Mao, right? But what ended up happening was what was it? Was it Gorbachev? Gorbachev was viewed as the moderator for the Soviet Union. Gorbachev, and then the Soviet Union collapsed, right? That's what happened in Russia. Boop. Now, a lot of people blame, a lot of socialists, they blame the collapse of the Soviet Union and the collapse of a lot of socialist states. They claim, they blame it, of course, on like the violence that happened in those societies, but they also blame American interventionism. So they blame the United States for why these socialist projects failed. And so the question kind of remains, because the way that Gorbachev was the moderator for the Soviet Union and Mao had Deng Xiaoping, I think is his name. They call it like Dengism, right? And there's mixed feelings on Deng Xiaoping because he was the person who effectively moved back to state capitalism instead of socialism. And state capitalism, by the way, it's indistinguishable from fascism, in my opinion. Like it's actually, I consider China to be like a modern fascist state, but we could argue about that a different day. So I'll just call it state capitalism for now. So in a lot of ways, capitalism kind of won, right? State capitalism. And what I would say is that in the early 20th century, the closest we got to a Soviet revolution or a Maoist revolution was actually FDR. FDR became the person who allegedly saved capitalism from the welfare state. That's the way that socialists view it. Because FDR, if you use the Marxist definition of socialism, the New Deal saved capitalism. From their perspective, the reason why we didn't have a socialist revolution was because of the New Deal, because it placated the proletarian masses. Now, Gramsci was like an early 20th century philosopher and a socialist. And he was like, okay, well, Marx predicted that we would have socialist revolutions within capitalism. And so why did these happen in effectively feudal societies, but not capitalist societies? And what so Gramsci observed was that the not the fascist, although I'm sure he would love it if I said the word fascist, that Gramsci observed, and I think he might have been before FDR, by the way, but Gramsci observed that within capitalist societies, there's counter-revolutionary forces like the not just the state apparatus, but the private culture. Culture, military, cops. I'm trying to think of who else. Cops. Not industry, but yeah, but I could put industry. Media are counter-revolutionary. And so what he argued was for a culture war. I think he might even use the term culture war. I don't remember if he specifically does, but he might. And so what he argued is that culture, law enforcement, the military, the industry and the media are counter-revolutionary, and therefore, in order for socialism to work within a complex capitalist society, you need to co-opt these institutions to your own ends. And so he inspired a new generation of philosophers like Marcuse. I'll make these arrows small so I have enough space. But effectively, Marcuse was like an anti-capitalist socialist simp from Germany who actually, I would say, radicalized a bunch of people within San Francisco. And Marcuse, in my opinion, carried forward the culture war and he was a part of, like, I would say, the New Left from the 60s and 70s. New Left, culture war, and I'm trying to think of what else he did, but he was actually banned by Reagan. I think his visa was ultimately revoked by Reagan because he was an open Marxist revolutionary. So let's go ahead and extend this out, and then we'll have our last box. And a lot of students of Marcuse, you can look this up and you can correct me, but a lot of students of Marcuse are the people who created DEI, CRT, all that kind of stuff, where you took the oppressor versus oppressed. It's oppressor oppressed. I'm going to shorten it. Oppressor versus oppressed. And DEI, CRT. A lot of these people are students of Marcuse. And so what Sitch is getting at, which I agree with, is that this is the way that socialism was instantiated in these other countries. But Marcuse, Gramsci, and DEI and CRT, they're effectively culture war extensions of the left wing, like trying to prosecute Gramsci's culture war, where they're trying to make left-wing thinking, leftist thinking, socialist thinking so prevalent and so obvious and so normal within the culture that you can eventually get to socialism. I'm going to go ahead and do one more extension line and just do socialism. Well, actually, maybe social democracy and then socialism, right? I'll just do social democracy / socialism, I guess. So this is what, in my opinion, this is what Sitch is getting at. Social democracy / socialism is that you're saying, like, oh, well, we're not even really playing that game. You know, we're not a part of the culture war. Culture is something different. And what I would say is that I don't fucking believe you. I think that if you're aware of Gramsci, if you're aware of Marcuse, if you're aware of their inspirations for DEI and CRT, if you're aware that they push for social democracy as a stepping stone to socialism, I actually argue, real quick, I promise I'll get back to it, but I argue that within Econoboi's own framework, he's just a stepping stone in this project, whether he realizes it or not. Look at this. Socialism is the emancipation of the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. That's the vague definition. Well, he's trying to use social democracy and the Scandinavian model as functional economic models to do excuses for 50% of socialism. So I think I'm just right. I think I understand the world. I think I'm a genius, and I think you're a genius for watching my content. Thank you for being here. Quick shill before we get back into it. Like the video if you haven't liked it already. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Participate in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting, cool people in there. I parasocially love you for being here. Thank you for flying Counterpoints Airlines.
Like thinking in the broader like American socialist movement, and I don't find that there's almost any like material concrete evidence for that. And the evidence that we do have, which I agree is imperfect, is just, to me, does not strongly point in the direction of, oh, like we have like a problem with like essentially millions of secret tankies in this country, right? That doesn't seem like I guess that'd be a question. Like if this was true, like, do you think there are millions of tankies? Like there's like,
no, I think there's tens of thousands of tankies, and they're trying to radicalize social democrats.
You know, because 5% of people call themselves a socialist, right? Like what? So 5% of the adult population
of the 5% socialist number too. So,
well, it's just like an aggregation of all the different polls where people ask their ideology, right? So, like, if 5% of the people call themselves a socialist, that's like about 13.5 million adults, right? And so, like, that's one thing in the conversation where I asked Wick, because he was basically making the same argument. It's like, Wick, are you making the claim that there's like 5 million people that believe in Marxist-Leninism in this country? Because, like, that's absurd if you ask me.
I don't think there is now. I'm worried that there will be.
Yep. Don't skate to where the puck is, skate to where the puck will be. And we don't want the left to have happen what happened to the right. 100%.
I'm worried that the younger generations right now that do consume primarily their political content from social media, from streamers, seem to be radicalizing between far left communist and far right.
Radical Coder says, no offense, Connor, but you're not exactly a serious person. Yeah, that's why the stream should be entertaining. No shit.
Ethno-nationalists or alt-righters. That's unfortunately where it seems like the conversation is kind of heading at the moment. And to me, and first of all, I do appreciate, and I will thank you that you were able to articulate my point, because it seems like very often that there's a complete breakdown in the conversations about that. Because where the disagreement is that I don't know how you can make this argument when we both agree that the majority of Americans were not woke. We both seem to agree that to some extent, a lot of woke stuff did have control over a large part of the conversation in the media, and that politicians had to bend over for it. And if all that woke stuff is now all those same people that were pushing all the woke stuff are now pushing all this Marxist-Leninism or communism, I don't understand why you would say so confidently that you don't think that that's going to be what takes over. That's what the problem is going to be.
Yeah. So, these are two different statements. So if we're saying, if we're agreeing that there's not millions of Marxist-Leninists and that the broader currently existing socialist movement is not like overwhelmingly a group of tankies, then I'm glad to.
Well, I'm not agreeing with that. I agree with the first part of what you said, not the second part. I don't know the truth claim of the second part at all.
Well,
I agree that majority of Americans are not Marxist-Leninists. I don't know if the majority of socialists are not Marxist-Leninists.
Well, but again, if
I agree that a majority of them are social democrats, so I don't give a shit. Yes.
The majority of socialists were Marxist-Leninists.
That doesn't change the fact that there's Marxists and Marxist-Leninists and incrementalist socialists who want to co-opt social democrats and just think that socialism is cute and kawaii, right? It's this. They're using the definition of emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism in order to run cover for decommodifying basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And Econoboi is a stepping stone on this process, and he probably wants at least socialism, if not Marxism. He at least wants socialism in a Marxist sense, if not communism. So yeah, he's a stepping stone, and he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think everybody's just super nice and cute and kawaii. You know, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna go ahead and add another ticker because he did it again. We only got one dodge, and we have 6 or 7. Socialism is just kawaii and uwu.
Then we're making the claim that something like 5 to 7 million Marxist-Leninists exist in this country, like an entire state of Illinois worth of Marxist-Leninists in this country, which I would find to be
Yeah, but I said I don't know if
fanciful.
I agree with that number. But if that's what it takes, you then say yes. Then I will say that that's the case.
Okay, well, I would encourage if you can agree with that, then I would just encourage people to look up ideological surveys of how people identify and go from there. And on your second point of, well, on your second point of basically, well, in the future, I am worried that we are going to be in a world with millions of tankies in this country because of the influence of online media figures. You know, I'm agnostic on that, and I've been open about that. That you know, it could be the case that when the average Gen Alpha person who maybe did grow up watching Hassan is 35 years old, that maybe we do have a problem with like a shitload of anti-democratic tankies in this country. And what I've said is,
this is what Untrodden Podcast said, though, that I agree with him, which is the problem is not that these people exist. The problem is that they have ripe soil to till. They have ripe soil to grow their crops, because there are millions, if not tens of millions, of young people who are radicalized against the status quo. And so as a result, if you do not give them a better option, they will become fascists or they will become communists. Okay? So, or Christian nationalists, or dissident right-wing freaks, or communist freaks, or socialist freaks. So if we believe that mixed economy capitalism is the best way to go, if we believe that Republican democracy is the best way to go, if we believe in the Constitution of the United States, we have to offer young people a better alternative. I'm trying to do that through content, but realistically, like, I know that that's not enough. Like, we need, in my opinion, we need community events. We need disaster relief. We need to go out into these communities that are fucking hurting, and we need to normalize building real world friendships and community relationships. It can't all be online. If we're all online, we're all going to lose our flipping minds. We're all going to become crazy internet schizophrenics. So it has to be a hybridized version of the internet where we congregate as a political community who believes in mixed economy capitalism and liberalism and republicanism, and we need to go out into the world and build real world community and have real world effects. And if we don't do that, this entire project is going to fail. All right, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. And if it lulls a little bit, or if they loop, I'll fast forward to 140.
I don't think under any circumstance those people should be invited into Democratic Party politics. I would fight their inclusion, and I would argue against them, and I would say over and over again that absolutely not. I'm, call me a right winger if you want. Like, I guess I'm on the right wing now. But I mean, we agree with that, right? I mean, I've said that multiple times during that debate with Destiny and Wick. And if I was debating Hassan, it would be a debate, right? Like, I wouldn't, it wouldn't be like, I'm sure we agree on some issues, but like, no, like, it would be a debate. It's like, dude, you need to more forcefully endorse Kamala Harris. There's a clear fucking correct choice here. Similar to you guys, like, we'd have a very similar conversation. Like, I thought it's crazy not to endorse Kamala Harris, and same thing I'd say with Hassan. And that's probably the debate that we would have.
But it's not all just about electoral politics. I assume you would have substantial philosophical disagreements with Hassan. Not just about
I'm saying the single biggest topic would probably be electoral politics. But of course, if we had subsequent debates, we would have there'd be subsequent.
That's kind of the problem, though. To me, I have because I'm just to be clear, I'm not echoing the same conversation, the same point, or the same conversation you had with Destiny about the coalition for voting. I'm more concerned with socialist, the Hassan style socialism, or what I believe is the more toxic form of socialism, and I think is the majority of socialists, infiltrating more and more broadly into this country and taking control of things, exactly similar to the way woke stuff did. That's what I'm worried about. And yes, a lot of those people will vote for Kamala Harris because they view her as the lesser evil regarding, than Donald Trump or someone else.
Thank you, Sitch. You're my spirit animal.
And you're saying that you're just kind of agnostic on it. It's like, okay,
That's not what I said, Sitch. I didn't say I was agnostic.
You said you're agnostic on the future about whether it would happen or not.
Yeah. So that's what I was agnostic to, was I don't know if that'll happen, right? I'm not sure. Obviously, if you if you asked me directly, do I have an opinion on whether or not that should or shouldn't happen, I would say.
Beef Supreme says, I don't see a meaningful difference between communist or democratic socialist. So the actual difference, I'm sorry, just because I want it to be clear, even if you still don't care for the difference afterwards, is socialism, as defined by Marxists, is the decommodification of basic human needs. So food, water, and shelter are free. They're no longer commodities. You cannot profit from them. You cannot buy and sell them because they're provided to everyone, right? Then workers owning the means of production. And so workers owning the means of production, there's like 10,000 different ways. You could do it through a market. You could do it just through the state. People argue that you can just have an authoritarian state control everything, and that's how the people control the means of production. You can have what Econoboi is proposing, which is like stock purchases from a sovereign wealth fund that gives the government majority share in critical industries. You could have it where through legislative fiat, you force it, like when a person gets hired at a company, you divide up the company by the number of employees and you give them a share of company stock, right? And the employees have majority ownership of the company. Like you could do it 10,000 different ways from Sunday. People differentiate on that. But the whole point of socialism is supposed to be a stepping stone to communism. Now, Marx and Engels use communism and socialism interchangeably, which just means the communal ownership of all property. But it's idealized definitionally as a moneyless, stateless, classless society, a state where or not even a state. It's a civilization. You don't need a state because everybody has everything. You don't have a class because everybody is the same. There's no owners and workers. There's no priests or I don't know what else. But anyways, it's basically the song Imagine. That's what it is, which is part of the reason why I think that Imagine is commie gobbledygook. Anyways, back to the content.
Say strongly against, right? Like I'm not agnostic to that doomsday scenario that you're painting. Obviously, that would be bad.
No, I meant you're agnostic about the possibility of it happening, not whether it happened. Not
yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that like in 10 years, or I guess I'm more describing like in 20 years. In 20 years, could I imagine a world where Hassan is like a mainstream political figure who is able to command the voice, who's basically like literally the Joe Rogan of the left or something like?
Yeah, I could imagine that.
I could imagine that, right?
So
how likely do I find that? I mean, I think it's probably more unlikely than not. But to the extent that it is likely, Sitch, it sounds.
LB says the Vanguard doesn't want to hang billionaires. Well, they should change their name then.
Like we agree that we should fight against that, and we should debate Hassan, and we should try to ostracize him.
All right. So to be clear, you're going to be. It sounds like you're saying you're going to be the online socialist who says that all the other online socialists all suck.
True.
Is that kind of the position you're putting yourself in?
Sorry, say that again, Sitch.
You're going to be, you're kind of putting yourself in the position to be the online socialist who says all the other online socialists are all terrible and suck.
Well,
except for the Social Democrats and the Scandinavians and the incrementalists.
Following in the socialist tradition of disagreeing with other socialists, I guess so. I mean, even Marx said, Marx, he wrote a letter criticizing his own son-in-law because he thought that his own son-in-law was misinterpreting Marxism. And he said something to the effect of, look, if what he says is Marxism, then even I'm not a Marxist, right? And so, there's a pretty long storied history of socialists basically saying you're not a real socialist. And I've had that myself, obviously, not necessarily from you guys, because you guys aren't socialists, but I've heard a lot of people tell that to me. And a lot of socialists have told that to me as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that'll happen. Like maybe I'll be like on an island one day, but right now there's a lot of democratic socialists who seem to agree with most of my policy prescriptions. So
the question I have is the endpoint, because you were kind of vague on, you're talking about these sovereign wealth funds buying up various assets in the
I have a feeling this could spice things up. If it doesn't spice things up, I'll fast forward to 140.
Economy and them structured to compete against one another, all of the Federal Reserve. But if the final state of that is all of it is owned publicly by the government and the private institution.
Yeah, this is happening. It says the NPR host said that her own mother watched Hassan. Yeah, he will be a relevant voice in online politics as long as he wants to be, probably for decades to come.
Are sunsetted, then I think you could call that socialism.
Okay.
Is that the end goal? Is that what you're articulating here as the end goal?
Yeah. I think that my ideal, if I thought that, the economy would be just fine and like things would chug along, like we get up to 75% and it's like, man, things are great. Let's go to 80%. Oh, let's go, just all of a sudden it seems like we get to 100%. Then you would end up in a world where basically, again, that capital allocation process that happens today with these like asset management firms and these like big investors, that would still happen. But the firms that do that allocation and who ultimately have the ownership would be public entities instead of private ones.
Right. If the government owned 100% of the outstanding stock of a company, though, they would have, I mean, they would have all sorts of rights, the same way as activist investors have if they buy up all the shares of a company.
Well, they would. Well, yeah. Each individual holding corporation would have shareholder rights, but again, those holding corporations compete against each other and have different like competitive interests, right? So they all have, similar in our capitalist system, they all compete against each other with different investment strategies on how to maximize value. But obviously, not all of them are correct.
I understand your system, but in the system we have now, in order for Elon Musk to take Twitter private, he had to buy up all the outstanding shares.
No offense, guys. Their Care Bear thing, and I'm just going to be mean. His Adam's SSRI voice, it's putting me to fucking sleep. So I'm going to fast forward to 135. Allegedly, it gets spicy at 140.
No, I don't think you're that. I think you're going to. I think you're going to be a useful idiot for that. I think you're going to.
There we go. Let's go.
Allow that to come.
Okay.
Because we lived through the last 10 years. Sorry, we lived through the last 10 years of the far left with all the woke crap, with all the cultural crap, pushing an idea of anti-free speech and anti-individual rights. And we all lived through that.
Yeah.
And now that stuff is becoming not as popular anymore. So the conversation is now shifting to, well, let's use the far left economic structure. I'm skeptical that the same thing's not going to happen. That all those.
True, dude. Thank you, Sitch. Thank you. You're my fucking spirit animal. So just because we're in a place right now where the things seem unbalanced, like Twitter is filled with Nazis, right? But overall, you can still go to other social media. You can still go to Instagram. You can still go to Facebook. You can still go to Blue Sky. You can still go to whatever the other alternatives are. And you can be as progressive and liberal as you want to be. You can talk about trans and the kids and all that bullshit. Well, 5 to 10 years ago, when I think 22 was when Twitter was bought. I forget. But when Twitter was purchased, it was effectively like a progressive liberal hug box. That's what it was. You couldn't talk about the election being stolen. You couldn't talk about COVID misinformation, which, by the way, like I think is stupid and wrong, but I think it should be fought within a free society. Are we a free society or are we not? Are you free to be an idiot or are you not? And the answer is, yeah, you should be free to be free to be an idiot within our society. And so I think all that bumbling resentment has led to an overcorrection to the right wing, where we've effectively voted in some of the dumbest, most nefarious, most shitty policies that the country has ever seen because of this like slow pressure cooker of progressive bullshit that was jammed down everybody's throats. You don't have to believe that story if you're progressive or liberal. However, if you talk to the contrarian right, which I think is a large segment of the right, they're liberals, bro. Like, they don't hate gay people. They don't hate black people. They don't hate Mexicans. But they're going to go with Trump because progressives and lefties and liberals are so fucking annoying. and HR coded. They'll literally kill 14 million Africans because you won't let them say the F slur on social media. That's actually how some of these people think. So the point is that, like, regardless of whether or not you think those are good reasons or not, it happened and we remember it. And I was there. I remember the fucking social media sweeping for arson and riots during BLM. I remember people like normie libs talking about ACAB and defund the police and changing their Instagram profiles to, you know, the black BLM bars. I remember all this shit. So don't gaslight me. Don't piss on my leg and say it never happened. And my expectation would be, if the government has majority stake in these companies, if it's a Christian nationalist government, they're going to bend these companies to Christian nationalism. If it's a progressive woke lefty government, they're going to bend these companies to progressive woke bullshit. And so I'm not interested in the slow boil of the authoritarian bullshit that Econoboi's worldview enables, regardless of whether or not it's the right wing or the left wing.
Same authoritarian tendencies, all those same anti-freedom tendencies are going to take over the far left movements of the socialist economic movements that you're talking about.
Okay. And look, my instinct is that if Bernie had become president in 2016, we wouldn't be living in an authoritarian country. I don't think we'd experience democratic backsliding like we have under Trump. I think if AOC becomes president, the same thing.
I'm gonna consider that a dodge. Because you're not addressing the fact that effectively from a centrist or right wing perspective, the left wing had a cultural dominance for a fucking decade. It was basically, in my opinion, it was almost it was towards the end of the Obama years, and then Trump crystallized the 2016 to 2020 Trump office term. It effectively crystallized how in control lefties were of social media and public media.
I think when Mamdani becomes the mayor of New York, I don't think he's gonna like destroy the city or make the city do all these crazily, wildly mob-like corrupt things in New York. Of course, maybe he's different because he's just a local politician, but we just have different instincts on this, right? And
LB, no, I hate to hold you up as a punching bag, but it's so true. Noam Chomsky is 190 years old, Connor. Move on. Yeah, like Noam Chomsky isn't wildly influential in the left. Just because he's practically dead doesn't mean he isn't influential. You're crazy. Dice5 says it's not just Bernie, though. By your standards, just about all politicians are bad. Yeah, sure. But from my politicians, Bernie isn't bad because he owns 3 houses. Bernie is bad because he simped for the Soviet Union and Venezuela. That's why he's bad.
Hey, look,
anti-free speech stuff with the far left the last 10 years.
Sitch, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm not anti-free speech. I don't believe in
the entire concept of.
Yeah, I'm gonna consider that a dodge. Not me. I'm uwu and cutesy. I didn't support the mass progressive control of social media over the past decade. Yep. I'm going to put that as a dodge and a kawaii and ubu.
Like, okay, well, if a white person is not allowed to comment on a race issue because of their skin color, they have to be differential to a black person, which is what happened to Bernie when he allowed those 2 women to come up and interrupt him.
True. Get him, Sitch.
I don't think Sitch, I don't want to get bogged down. I don't think that's the same thing as, I don't think
Ooh, in 2020 and 2021, we would have called Econoboi a class reductionist. It would have been viewed as a traitor. Let me bring up my little mind maps. I have all my little mind maps. Where is it? So right here, Soviet Union and China went through vanguard parties, and then they had moderates, and the Soviet Union collapsed, but China has regressed to state capitalism, where effectively the government just controls a market-based economy. The United States, however, we saved capitalism, according to socialists, through the New Deal and the welfare state. Well, Gramsci was arguing that we need to co-opt culture, military, cops, industry, and media in order to have a successful socialist revolution. And Marcuse furthered those ideas, and those ideas got instantiated in DEI and CRT. Well, right now, Econoboi is saying, I don't care about Gramsci, I don't care about Marcuse, I don't care about the stuff, which makes him a class reductionist. He only cares about the economics. And what would be so funny is that anybody who studied Gramsci, Marcuse, or DEI or CRT, they would say that Econoboi's leftism, his socialism, is ignorant of the struggles of the oppressed. And he needs to sit his white ass down and shut up and listen to the oppressed.
The idea that you would defer to black leaders on black issues is anti-free speech. Obviously, a white person can speak on black issues if they want, but there's
he's sweeping for it. That's even more interesting.
Clearly a level of expertise.
No. Don't wait.
PS Work says, can somebody explain to me tanky? No, it's just tanks. It's the Soviet tanks that were sent into Eastern Europe in order to crush dissent from the Soviet Union. And then it's also the tanks used in Tiananmen Square to crush, pro-democratic forces in China, or pro-democratic protesters in China. It's just a authoritarian socialist apologist. That's a tanky.
Don't reframe what I said. Okay, there's not a question.
I didn't reframe what you said. You used the word deferring. You said, "Oh, we should defer to black voices." You used the word defer.
I said
used the word defer.
Take it right back. I said, okay, that there was this concept that you're not allowed to talk about race issues based on your skin color.
You said defer to black,
and that's based in Gramsci and Marcuse
people. Okay, that's what you said.
I said Bernie. Okay, hold on. I'm talking about an idea. Yeah, if there's like some race issue, I don't have a problem with people saying that like we should let black people talk about some race issues. That's fine. That's very different. And
why are you so anti-free speech?
You acknowledge that that's very different than saying you can't talk about a race issue or a gender issue if you're white or you're a man, right? You understand that's a very different concept.
Yeah, that's obviously a very different concept, but I don't recall people like AOC and Bernie Sanders saying if you're white, you can't talk about black issues.
I'm not talking about AOC or Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's what I'm talking. That's the movement I consider myself a part of right now.
Okay,
if you wanted to say,
fine.
hey,
that's
Econoboi,
fine.
Hey, Econoboi.
I'm talking about the last 10 years of woke bullshit that we suffered through.
Sitch, oh my goodness, hey, Econoboi, I think you're going to be a useful idiot for people who basically think that white people should shut up anytime a race issue comes up. I don't think historically I've done that, and I don't think I plan on doing that.
That's why
I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to.
I asked you if you
believe in free speech.
Hold on. I asked you if you were pushing back against any of this stuff, and then you were like, "Well, I don't know what any of this means." And now you're saying, "Well, I would never."
I'm telling you now that you've actually explained your position, what my position is. Okay, now if you wanted to say,
so you've made like woke is cringe videos in your past.
Larry Hutchinson was saying that I didn't need to yeet. I've already forgotten his name. I didn't need to yeet that guy into fucking outer space. Sorry for ruining your fun, Larry Hutchinson. My apologies.
On YouTube somewhere.
Sitch, is the standard for which you would judge someone's advocacy if they've uploaded an anti-woke YouTube video?
Have you spoken about it anywhere that I can look at?
No, I'm not. I don't consider myself a social commentator.
Hi, Zero Fucks.
I don't think these issues are that important in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
If you're asking me specifically how you feel about them, then I can just give you my honest opinion, right?
I can do AKA Badasoy. He's my resident Sitch Adam crossover along with Grassroots.
That's it. But it's not sensible to say, oh, you can't have an opinion on this, or actually I think your opinion is the opposite, just because you choose not to speak about something you don't have an expertise about. This is the equivalent of people on the left that say silence is violence. That's what you guys are doing to me right now. And
I asked you earlier if you consider yourself woke and whether you're in favor of CRT and queer theory and all this other stuff, and you said yes. So I assume you had some level of knowledge about these topics.
My personal opinion, okay? If you're talking to me about
what's the wait? The whole conversation is your personal opinion. What are you talking about?
No, you said I would be a useful idiot for the movement.
Yes.
And
I agree.
All I can tell you is I don't think I've done that historically, and I won't do that in the future. But if you just want to ultimately throw your hands up and say, I just don't buy it, I think you're going to be. It's like, okay,
I'm looking for evidence
we'll see, I guess.
Fighting back against this stuff, and that's why I asked you this question. And now you're saying, well, you never talk about any of this stuff.
I didn't claim there was a shitload of evidence of me fighting against the woke agenda. Like, I don't think there is that evidence. I don't tend to speak about these issues very much, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm pro-censorship or that I have authoritarian views, Adam and Sitch, which seems like what you guys are you know,
I don't.
insinuating.
Hey,
As I've said
Sitch doesn't
multiple
speak
times
for me.
in this conversation.
I'm sorry. I think of you guys as the same guy. I've
don't,
never seen you in the
I
same
don't
room
think
together.
you. I don't think you have the authoritarian views. I think you're going to become, as I said, the useful idiot for them.
Okay.
This points out to the fact that if the government, let's say that the Trump admin, this is actually so easy. Holy shit, this is easy. I'm building out my mind palace. The only problem is I have too many drawings I can exit this one. We're not going to use that one. I can keep that one. I don't need this one today. We can keep this one. We can keep this one. Okay, cool. So hold on. Mind palace time, guys. Mind palace. It's paint time. So here's the thing. New, yes. Socialism, Gramsci, progress. Let's save that one. And then let's take a look at this real quick. So let's say that we have two people, or we have shit. No, wrong. Let's do this. So let's do this, and let's list America under his model, okay? So government has majority control of all major industry. Government in the case of the United States, has world's most powerful military. Government has world's most powerful intelligence apparatus, because the NSA, the CIA, we are wildly powerful in that regard. Government has, what else does it have? Ability to tax world's largest economy. I'm trying to think of what else. Government has ability to regulate, tolerate it, like dangerous speech that like endorses terrorism and all that kind of shit, and endorses violence, that endorses violence, terrorism, etc. Government has the ability to take away children from dangerous environments. Okay, so the truth is that the government already has a substantive amount of this power, right? The United States government already has the world's most powerful military, already has the most powerful intelligence apparatus. Government already has the ability to tax the world's largest economy. Government has the ability to regulate dangerous ideas that endorse violence and terrorism. Government has the ability to take away children from dangerous environments, right? Like we have the cases in California, New York, and Washington, where if a dad is not supportive of their kid's transition, then they actually limit the custodial rights of parents, right? The government already has this power. Well, if you have a benevolent king, somebody who rules justly, not a fucking problem, right? Because he's going to rule justly. But if you have someone like fucking Trump who rules unjust, this is too much fucking power. Just ruler, unjust ruler. This is actually what we're saying. This is what Sitch and Adam and I are saying. It's too much fucking power. You're adding in, on top of all of these other things, you're adding in the government has the majority power over all industry. Fuck that. Fuck that. Right? It's effectively new monarchy. That's what it is. The problem with Econoboi's socialism. Fuck that. Fuck that.
And all I can do is just disagree and say that's not going to happen, and we'll fucking see. I mean, what else?
Yeah, that's very dumb.
Can I say, really, if you just have a different sense of things?
Based off of my mind palace, this is very dumb.
You know?
Okay. Let's see.
If somebody is advocating for a white ethno state, and that person is advocating for doing it by peaceful means,
does that make it better?
Doesn't that
it does make it better? It's still ideologically shitty.
Person somewhat embolden the people who would do it without using peaceful means, just because in reality violence would be necessary to
Deltrans says 3 things that Kamala talked about the least were trans rights, IDPOL, and Israel Palestine, and so people just dug up old quotes and then made shit up about her lack of policy. Yeah, but Deltran, she did say crazy shit in the 2019 primaries, that she got hoisted by her own petard by running to the progressives during her primary to differentiate herself from the field, and then trying to be a moderate during the general election. So she got hoisted by her own petard is the best way to say it.
achieve that ends.
Obviously, if somebody says, I want to achieve a white ethno-state through the ballot box, I would say, well, I like that you're not advocating for violent revolution. I just think that your goal is completely abhorrent. To your point about, okay, well, doesn't this...
Joe Vaughn says it's crazy that no one can actually just listen to Econoboi's point and critique it without going, but the woke, but the Soviet Union. I mean, I just did. I've been doing that the entire time. Matter of fact, I'll show you that I've been listening to Econoboi's point. Socialism, in a vague definitional sense, is emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism, and therefore the Scandinavian model or social democracy could technically be socialism depending on your standpoint. However, what most people who are politically literate refer to socialism as is Marxism, which is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Here's the thing, though. Econoboi advocates for the workers owning the means of production through sovereign wealth funds. That's how he wants to do it incrementally and democratically. And as I just painted out, when the government has the world's most powerful military, the government has the most powerful intelligence apparatus, the government has the ability to tax the world's largest economy, the government has the ability to regulate what it views as violence, and the government has the ability to take away children from dangerous environments, adding in majority control of all industry just turns us into a fucking rife. This situation that he wants is not only rife for abuse, which is why we check it with our current Republican governance. And check it with Republican governance. I'm talking about the philosophy of Republicanism, not the current Republican Party. The reason why we have checks and balances within our structure is because we want to cut apart power so no one can be in full power at any one time. If you have a just ruler, a just president, a just democracy, then this isn't a problem because they're going to rule in a good way. But the problem is, we don't have a just democracy. We are flawed creatures. Even in our best of intents, we are still bad in some degrees. And so look at fucking Trump. Look at how he's abusing all his power right now. You want Donald Trump to command majority stakes in the entire economy? Are you fucking crazy? It would be worse than it is right now. I struggle to think of how this much governmental control is like in form different than a fascist society. I actually struggle to see the difference. You can say like, well, what made the Nazis bad wasn't that they had a lot of power, it's that they killed minorities. And I could agree with you to some degree, but as an American, as somebody who was raised in a liberal and libertarian tradition, this is too much fucking power. It's just true. So fuck this. Fuck Econoboi's politics. I think it's bullshit. We're going to let this heat up again. And then, truth be told, my brain is turning to soup. So we'll either move to the next segment or we'll decide what we're doing.
I guess like lend some popular credence to like the broader white nationalist movement. I've already said earlier in this conversation that, yeah, I think that it's probably fair that on like some extremely slim margin, by people coming to me and saying like, you know what, maybe socialism's not so bad because this Econoboi guy seems sensible and he's a socialist. I've already said that, yeah, like there probably is some portion of people that are, I guess, like more susceptible to, being radicalized because they've opened the door to socialism in general. But what I've also said about that is that that's true with basically every ideological movement, right? That like there's a lot of libertarians who, there's a lot of very sensible and good people who are libertarians, but then there's also libertarians that are like you said, like white nationalists,
look,
who
but
fucking have insane beliefs, right?
If the goal though is to expand individual rights and to protect individual rights, that goal is not going to require some violence, like the violent removal of a bunch of people.
Ooh, we're going to make the argumentation of differentiating the violence required in order to enforce a socialist society versus a liberal society. Based. Oh, shit, dude. I was talking crazy shit about Adam, but this is one of them broken clock moments. I need to signify this moment. This is an important moment. Adam differentiates the violence necessary for liberalism versus socialism. Woo! Woo! Broken clock moment. All right. All right. Adam, broken clock moment. Let's celebrate.
Or the violent seizure of a bunch of people's property.
Individual rights requires violence?
Hell yeah. The violence of law enforcement to protect private property, the violence of law enforcement in order to secure protests, the violence of law enforcement in order to apprehend bad people who might infringe upon your rights. Hell yeah. Individual rights require violence. And he says this so skeptically too. Like Adam's a total fucking idiot for suggesting it. Nope, Adam's right. You're wrong. Broken clocks.
Seizure of a bunch of people's property.
Individual rights requires violence?
Hell yeah, it does.
Somewhat, obviously.
So much shit that requires violence to protect our individual rights.
Somewhat. I mean, it does require law enforcement, and law enforcement does require some violence, but you're really...
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Broken Clock. I love you.
You know how this country was founded? It was founded with a revolution, right?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I skipped ahead. Econoboi is like, yeah, violence is good as long as it's for good things. Based.
We had a civil war.
The violence is aimed at the people who are not living up to the goal of expanding individual rights. When you infringe on other people's rights, obviously the state responds with violence. They incarcerate you, take away your stuff. But I mean, I'm talking about the goal actually requiring violence. Like obviously, if you wanted to form a white ethno-state,
the goal of establishing liberal rights requires violence. You can't have individual rights without violence. It's impossible.
No,
hold on.
No one's saying otherwise. I don't know why you're.
No, because Adam is saying, well, the goal of socialism requires violence. To which I say,
yep.
Every ideology requires enforcement mechanism.
So this is not a dodge from Econoboi, and it's not socialism is kawaii and uwu. This is something else. This is just like the violence required in order to enforce a liberal society versus a socialist society are the same. I'm not going to count it, but I do think that this is a conflation. It's like an ignorant conflation of the types of violence necessary.
Right?
There's a,
I mean,
wait, hold on. There's a difference between saying the question is not the violence in terms of the government has monopoly force and it has to maintain its laws and things like that. It's like, no. We'd have to have a violent revolution to change the system to.
Not just that, even the American system requires revolution. So I think this is actually like a Sitch L, although I am pause-andying him. The point is that in order to expropriate property, you have to have violence. So for instance, like everybody tolerates taxes, right? I tolerate my taxes because I make less than 100K a year. I get plenty of tax subsidies. And I think overall I spend less than, 15%, less than 10% on taxes. And so as a result, I go, you know what? I'm kind of like a wagey and a brokey within the United States system. But, the taxes that I do pay are going towards the military that secures my society. It goes towards programs that help us spread soft power around the world. I actually do like mixed economy capitalism and American Republican and liberalism. I need to come up with a better word for that. But anyways, I like American liberal republicanism. So I like all these things. So I'm willing to chip in. Freedom costs $1.05. And if you don't chip in, who will? Right? The classic American Team America World Police song is that freedom costs $1.05. Okay, I'm fine with paying $1.05. However, if you came to my house and you say, you're allowed to have the personal goods within your house, but you can't have a 3D printer. A 3D printer is a means of production, and we have to own this communally. So you have to let your neighbors use your 3D printer. I'd be like, fuck you and what army? And if they were like this army, and then literally they send cops with guns to my house, then yeah, that's going to be a fucking problem, right? In order to enforce an expropriative economic order, you have to have cops willing to enforce that order the same way that they protect private property rights. But with private property, most people agree to private property. Most people say, yeah, I got my shit, you got your shit. Let's leave each other's shit alone, right?
Match that.
Well, no,
Why?
even the technical aspects of implementing a white ethno-state would require violence. I think we can all agree on that.
Sure.
If we're switching
For segregation, yeah.
around the white ethno-state and the socialist thing, on the white ethno-state, like, yeah, you certainly, I do think, require some level of violence, at least on the enforcement mechanism to enforce like a white
because there are Americans that are not going to want to leave, no matter how many incentives you give them. Sooner or later, you're going to have to forcibly remove them, right? It's the same thing with the socialist stuff.
No, first of all, my model is based entirely on voluntary transactions. Nobody's forced to sell to the government if they don't want to.
Yes,
Now,
yes. Look, I understand that. And there are people who want a white ethno-state that say the exact same thing. They say, my model is completely nonviolent. We're going to offer incentives for people to leave. But they're still advocating for a system that I believe is still going to sooner or later end up in violence.
True. Adam broken clock twice.
So I think a big problem that we have with the system you're advocating for is that we personally believe that sooner or later it's going to inevitably end up in violence. So
I think the difference is that there's a history of when white supremacists get in power, they don't exactly, you see even white
of when communists get in power, it devolves into violence.
Yeah, but there's also a history. Well, here's what I will say. I don't think there's a robust history, even in part, of a bunch of white supremacists getting in power and doing the nonviolent ethnic cleansings. I don't think you could really point to examples.
I mean, I think you could. We would just have different definitions of violence. Technically, like post-Civil War racial segregation wasn't like daily racial conflict. As a matter of fact, it was like 99% of the time, nothing was happening with spurts of racial conflict. So I wouldn't call that like libertarian, but I would say that segregation was less violent than white people just waking up every day and being like, oh, I hate black people, and then just murdering all the black people. That's not what happened. There would be lightning strikes of racial violence.
Of that. But I could point to a history of socialists taking power.
Because it involved, oh, yeah, this is going to get, I already know where this is going to go. This is going to get fucking spicy, 100%.
And doing the nonviolent social ownership policies, right? And so
is that the Nordic state?
The Nordic states, the European and sort of oceanic labor and social democratic movements historically. Obviously, there's, there are examples of socialization in this country, government service expansion.
You made a claim.
But he's flipping back and forth between socialization and socialism.
That didn't require violence, right? I mean,
you made a claim that was kind of a whopper. You said 2/3 of Norway's wealth is already socialized,
which is true.
Are you saying 2/3 of Norway's wealth is owned by a sovereign wealth fund?
2/3 of it is owned in the various collective pools of assets. So you've got the sovereign wealth funds. They've got multiple sovereign wealth funds. You've got state-owned enterprises, and you've got government services.
And that's all the wealth of Norway, even the wealth held by the Norwegian citizens?
Yep. So if you compare private wealth held by the citizenry and then the public wealth, all the wealth of Norway, 2/3 of it is owned socially. And wouldn't you know it, there wasn't a fucking civil war in Norway.
Jay said it 3 times, so I'll bring it up. Did you see that they changed Article 1 of the Constitution to the congressional website? Section 9 and 10 have been totally removed. I'll give a shit when they actually try to violate 9 and 10. Now, I'm not saying it's not fucked up. It's totally fucked up, but you're just going to have to understand that Trump is fucked up.
It doesn't seem remotely possible to me, but
okay. I mean, hey, like, it just doesn't seem possible. For me personally, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a convincing argument to me. I think that when I looked into this, I don't recall the Wikipedia page of Norway having a fucking civil war or devolving into anarchy because they established
Norway
their
is not socialist. Fund. You're making a claim that Norway is socialist. You just did.
Didn't say that. Nope.
About?
Didn't say that.
You used Norway as an example of some country that implemented socialism peacefully.
No, I didn't. I used them as an example of a country that instituted my institutions. So, for instance, if you were to say, Econoboi,
is that not socialist now?
Well, it's socialist to collectively own the means of production, right? Now, I've endorsed two things. I've endorsed socialism as an ideal and also a process by which we get there. Now, you guys are looking at the ideal and saying, well, that necessarily requires violence. And what I've said is, well, hey, look,
there we go. Andy B summarizes it very succinctly. Yarvin is correct that King Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, so he's a fictional character, would be better than democracy. The problem is that we're more likely to get Nero. Yeah, and not just that. Look at Rome. When they had Marcus Aurelius in charge, that it was the Pax Romana, the Pax Romana, and he was effectively like an enlightened leader that was both a militarist and astute diplomat, and he ruled Rome probably at the zenith of its power. But I'm pretty sure either immediately after him or the next leader after him was Commodus, who was an emperor, as corrupt and as morally bankrupt in many ways as Nero. Yeah, 100%. Hedonic Treadmill says, had a 2-hour struggle session with my best friend last night about Trump. It's so sad how much of a grip he has on the brains of people. I respect and love. It's terrifying and depressing. Well, go ahead and check out the Discord for that little thing that I broke down with all of Trump's sins. I don't think you're going to convince anybody, so I wouldn't waste too much time on it, especially people who are within the MAGA cult themselves. However, it's a good series of talking points.
Got all these examples of all these different countries at different stages of development, different cultures, different types of governments, different people in general, different age.
I'm going to put that in the kawaii. Kawaii counter. Boom. Another one. Socialism is just uwu and kawaii.
Of technology where they've engaged in a process by which they took privately owned means of production and put it into public ownership. And they've done that non-violently. They've done it with voluntary transactions, with expanding investment in certain key state industries, state industrial policy. That's a
Crawling Chaos says, Connor, you're doing great. I don't agree with all your opinions, but you're a keeper. Signed to Sock Dem. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Non-violent process, right? Now, obviously, some societies which have done socialism, like you guys are describing, like China and Russia, they did have violent revolutions. And I don't endorse those.
And what happened afterwards?
Experiments. I endorse the non-violent ones, the incrementalist ones. But to say that basically, well, hey, look, all of these other societies that have been able to collectivize things non-violently, basically, what, Adam, you're saying I just don't buy it? Like, they exist. They did it without violence. And I feel like we could do the same thing.
They're not socialist.
Here. I didn't. Oh, my God.
You did.
Sitch.
Wait, you keep. No. Wait, you keep playing a shell game with this. No. You can act exasperated.
Shell game.
You're playing.
Get him. Get him, Sitch. It's this. When people do social democracy and when people do the Scandinavian model, it's socialism because they're trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. Now, I want to do 50% of what it means to be a Marxist, but realistically, I want to do it through a sovereign wealth fund and I want to do it incrementally. And there's no threat from actual Marxists in the Western world, seizing power or becoming popular with the young people. So therefore, it doesn't matter. Stop it. Stop. Just ignore it. Just ignore it, please. But not only that, but all the social democrats and Scandinavians who identified as socialists swept for the Marxist and Marxist-Leninist experiments of the 20th century, but Econoboi doesn't. I'm gonna put another uwu for that one. That's gonna be another uwu of they're not like me.
Playing a shell game.
I'm being very clear.
Wait a minute. No, you're not being clear. You're not being clear.
I am being clear.
You're not being clear. You said.
No, he's not.
You said, I'm a socialist, and here's my system that's a socialist system. And then we got in this conversation about whether, Then we got in this conversation about whether that could be advocated through violence, and Adam said he didn't think so. And you said, well, Norway did it. And then you said, well, Norway's not socialist. They don't consider themselves.
because they have the Scandinavian model, which emancipates the working class, but it doesn't decommodify basic human needs or have workers own the means of production.
Socialist. And you said,
Sitch.
I never said they were. And then
I
I
didn't say
said,
they were.
wait a minute.
True.
You said that they're advocating the system that you want, which you said is socialism.
I said they're engaging in an institutional framework that I recommend. Okay, Sitch, let me ask you a question.
So they're
Do you think,
doing
if I could
something
just ask you a
that's
question,
not socialism.
Sitch, do you think, no, Sitch, you already
Are
agreed
they
at the
doing
very
something
beginning-
that's socialism or not?
Sitch, let me ask you.
It's not socialism, but it's social democracy, which could be viewed as a final state or a stepping stone to socialism.
A question, okay? Do you agree that if a society becomes a socialist, that they have to engage in a process to become socialist? That at one point they're capitalist and then they become socialist?
KO Dave, would you say China is fascist? At this point, yeah. They're state capitalist and they're run by a mono party. And who is it? Xi Jinping is like, what, president for life? So he's effectively a dictator who's disappeared and killed his rivals. Yeah, I would say that, in effect, China is a fascist state at this point. It's political corporatist. It's flexibly authoritarian. Absolutely.
Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm saying is
They're on the road
society-
to socialism. That's their argument.
so what
Yeah,
I'm,
no, that's actually the argument. The argument is that he's not socialist yet, but he's on the road to socialism. Yep, that's actually the argument. Correct.
I'm saying is that society is a mixture of
Gen X said, Pisco just went live with Econoboi to just destroys Adam and Sitch. Where did that happen? I missed it. Does it happen later? Are there any clips where Econoboi smashes Sitch and Adam? Please show me.
obviously of capitalist institutions and socialist institutions, because obviously we have a lot of, in this society we have things like the TVA, which is a socially owned institution that produces electricity for people and does infrastructure development. But then we have a bunch of privately owned electricity companies that do the same exact thing. So it's a mixed market, right? I am endorsing a process by which we incrementally take those privately owned institutions and make them publicly owned
Yeah,
institutions.
I get all that. That's fine.
Norway.
That's nothing to
Okay,
do with what we're talking
so
about.
if you agree, then you would have to, Adam, you're laughing because you're a dumb fuck that doesn't seem to be following the conversation, okay?
Get him, Econoboi. But Adam, get him back.
Okay, let me talk to the adult. in the fucking Sitch,
I am
okay?
following
Now-
the conversation.
No,
I
you're
think everyone's
clearly not,
following what's
okay?
happening here, but
No,
okay,
you're
sure.
not. You guys are fucking insufferable with this point. I don't understand how you can agree. Okay, we have institutions that go from private to public. We agree that there's a process by which we socialize things. Now, Norway has
Yeah, I feel like he's doing a parlor trick with the socializing. Let's say we socialized Pokemon cards, okay? Let's say that the millennials convinced the Zoomers that Pokemon was really cool and that everybody should have access to Pokemon cards. Like they should be free for everyone. And so we made it a financial priority in order to socialize Pokemon cards. So we spend, I don't know, like $1 trillion a year buying all of the Pokemon cards and distributing them to everybody. And we just make sure that everybody has fucking Pokemon cards. I would agree that we socialized Pokemon cards because we offset the cost from private to public and we made it so everybody had access. I can understand that definition. However, when people are talking about socialism, they normally mean it within the narrow Marxist sense, which is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Now, the counterpoint to that is that ignorant people in the Democratic Party call themselves socialists while advocating for social democratic and Scandinavian policies. My counter argument to that one is that they're idiots. They should not use that word. They should talk about social democracy or the Scandinavian model instead, and that socialists, Marxists, are trying to blur the lines between all these conceptions so they can radicalize the next generation in order to get them to support insane and shitty policy. That's the argument.
socialized a lot of shit in their society. They're not 100% socially owned, but we can at least see, hey, insofar as we can get to 50% social ownership or whatever the fuck, right? That is not a nonviolent process. And I don't have strong reason to believe that going from 40 to 50 to 60 to 70 necessarily needs to be a violent process. And
it doesn't. That doesn't have to be violent. But then when, let's say, Barron Trump is the successor to Donald Trump 20 years from now, and he's actually a committed fascist, and then he seizes control of presidential power, and you've given him not only not only the power of the world's most powerful military, not only taxation power over the world's most vital economy, not only control of the world's most advanced intelligent apparatus, but you've given him 60 or 70% control of the economy. Fuck that, I say to you, sir.
And I've already said at the beginning of this conversation that to the extent that you get to, let's say, 70%, and all of a sudden you find that, hey, 30% of people are basically saying, take it from my cold fucking dead hands, you evil government pig, I'm never going to sell to you. I would just say, okay, fuck it, just let them keep it. I'm not really that offended by 30% of the wealth being privately owned, and I'm not willing to fucking throw people in gulags because what?
Yeah, but would Barron Trump be willing to do that? Let's just say Barron Trump is like a supervillain, okay? Barron Trump, 30 years from now, let's say that we instituted Econoboi's model immediately. The United States just starts buying 60, 70% shares in every vital industry across the country. And then you get a dictatorial shithead that's following in Trump's footsteps. And then he's able, because there's chains within the economy, there's supply chains. So let's say that he has a 60% stake in one company, and there's a company that won't sell to the government. You think that a dictator, you think that a fascist isn't going to squeeze the supply chain off of the government-owned corporation in order to squeeze the free corporation? This is just arguing for like an insidious fucking parasite to consume the entire nation. That's how I see it. That's actually how I see it. You could say like, oh, well, we're a copacetic parasite. We're a symbiote. We actually help the economy work better. And no, you're in my opinion, you're a fucking parasite. You're going to kill the host.
We want to socialize an extra 20, 30% of wealth. I've already said that. Okay, but you guys seem to be completely misunderstanding everything that
I don't think we're misunderstanding. I think we disagree.
I'm saying in a bad faith way. Sitch, does everything that I just said make coherent sense to you?
No.
What you said just now, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand the point you're making.
So in the future,
yeah, Sitch actually isn't stupid at all. I expect Sitch to understand all of this.
So for in the future, when you guys have a discussion about my views, and for the rest of the time that you're speaking to me, I don't want to hear he called Norway socialist. I don't want to hear he advocated for violence. I don't want to hear he believes that no matter what, you should socialize the means of production. I don't want to hear, oh, he's sweeping for tanky experiments, because I've never done any of those things. You made an argument. You guys
right, but the main accusation is not those things. It's that you're a useful idiot for people more nefarious than you. That's been my argument the whole time.
Repeated that shit like 100 times during this conversation. But you've just agreed that what I said is coherent. So I hope we fucking finally move on from all the misunderstandings.
Incoherent because
let's see if Adam jumps on a rake.
You said,
okay, well, at least Sitch agrees.
There are plenty examples of socialist countries that achieve socialism non-violently.
What? I don't even think he said that. I don't think he said that, Adam. I think you're misunderstanding.
Then you use Norway as an example. Obviously,
They've achieved socialist institutions. They haven't literally 100%ed social ownership, but I've said that a dozen.
I wouldn't have even accepted that if I was Econoboi. I didn't hear that from him. Maybe I'm missing it.
Times, Adam. I'll say it again. They've engaged in a process by which they've taken a lot of privately owned assets and make them publicly owned. I think that process has been overwhelmingly in many of these societies nonviolent processes. Those are the processes by which I would endorse. Insofar as we get to 60, 70, 80% social ownership, and then basically we have to wage a fucking revolution to get to the other 20%, I would say, I'd rather not have a revolution in this country just to have some weird ideal of social ownership. So again, Adam, I'm going to ask you, did you understand everything that I just said, or was it completely incoherent to you?
I understand what you're saying. It's very simple.
Okay. Thank you.
Please.
I'm not sure you understand what we're saying.
Finally
you just accused us of saying a bunch of things about you, which we didn't say in this conversation.
You guys have said about 100 times that I said Norway did socialism is a socialist country, which I didn't say. I'm just saying that they engaged in a process by which
that was the
they
implication,
created...
and then you talked.
Okay,
for 10
well
minutes
now
to say
it's
that
an
that wasn't the
implication. Now it's just an implication.
And then you
it
said
wasn't an
we
implication
called
of
you
what I
doing
said at
tanky
all.
experiments and all sorts of other things.
Well, I
and
think
advocating for violence and all these things that
reeling it
none
back
of them's
and
ever
saying,
said whatsoever.
oh,
in this
actually, hey,
conversation.
Econoboi, you didn't say that. It was just the implication that I made up from what you said. Thank.
No, it's not the implication. I'm still going to say that I think that you're a useful idiot for socialists. Afro Jew says, here's an Econoboi steal, man. I don't remember the last time I heard about a violent reaction to any assertion of eminent domain and the state or federal level. Well, the last one I know of is Bulldozer Guy. It's the guy who bought a bulldozer and put like cement and steel on the exterior of it, and he destroyed a town. Luckily, he didn't kill anyone. But yeah, I remember a violent resistance to eminent domain.
Thank you for admitting that. If you think it was just an implication of what I said, you could have asked me to clarify.
It's weird that you say that we're bad faith, and then you keep doing this thing where you try to reframe everything I say in a very bad faith way.
You said the word. Oh, it's actually just an implication of what you said, but you said I actually said.
We've gone through this 3 times. Adam said, "Where's an example of this where you can have socialism without violence?" And you pointed to Norway.
Why?
I mean, whenever you say where's the good model, they always point to social democracies. They don't point to China. They don't point to the Soviet Union. They don't point to Cambodia. They don't point to Vietnam, which are all explicitly socialist ventures. I'm going to have to side with Sitch on this one. That you're saying, like, how can we do socialism correctly? And then you point to social democracies. He's kind of got a point.
I understand that the average person, a reasonable person, be like, so you're saying Norway's a socialist country? And then when you go on for 10 minutes to say, no, I didn't mean they're a socialist country. I just meant they had this very specific institution. That's fine. You can make the fucking point, Econoboi, but you don't get to fucking berate us for when you say the most obvious fucking thing on the planet incorrectly.
I don't think it was that obvious. I don't think it was that obvious.
Most obvious planet.
Okay.
Well, now, I'm so triggered by this.
The dodge counter is actually not that hard. Let's let this drama unravel.
At least now, yeah. I'm really triggered. At least now we finally have agreed. Econoboi is not saying Norway's a socialist country. Econoboi is just saying Norway's engaged in a process that he would endorse.
A socialist process to get your sovereign wealth fund.
Yeah, there you go. You've finally fully internalized my position. Okay, so back to the original point. I think that Norway's done this without a lot of violence. Many other societies have done it without a lot of violence. I don't see a reason to think that
because all these positive examples of socialism or socialist institutions that you're pointing to are all socialist institutions.
Sociologics is counter. If the uwu stuff isn't socialism, then what is called when people want more government help benefits over capitalism? I always thought that was socialism. Nope. I'll pull up my map. So socialism, if you look at the past 200 years of socialist thinkers, they all wanted to emancipate, which means to make free the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. And so you can argue within that vague definition that the Scandinavian model, which is basically a welfare state, a market-based welfare state, or social democracy, which is another way to describe kind of the Scandinavian model, but it gives you more flexibility. You could argue that these fit into this overly vague definition of socialism, but that's not the way that Marxists use it. Marxists use socialism to mean the decommodification of basic human needs. So food, water, and shelter is free to everybody. Okay, that's a part of the Marxist definition of socialism. That's what they believe is necessary to free the working class. And then the other half of it is workers owning the means of production, which means that workers have a stake in the things that they produce. And you can do this in a variety of ways, but in the Marxist-Leninist states, the way that you do it is through the state. The state controls the economy, and they direct the economy in the name of the workers. In Econoboi's model, he says that a sovereign wealth fund, which is basically just a pooling of tax money into an investment firm, can buy majority stakes in industry and then optimize those industries to benefit the state. And that's kind of what I heard. But my whole point for this is with the sovereign wealth funds. Let me go ahead and pull up a different part of my mind palace. If the government has the control of the world's most powerful military, its intel apparatus, it taxes the world's largest economy, and that it can control language related to violence and terrorism, and it has the ability to take children away from dangerous environments. If you have a good ruling party, then yeah, sure, nothing bad is going to happen. But if you have, I don't know, a fascist take this over, you've effectively created a fascist state and handed over the keys to a fascist dictator. I think it's wildly stupid. You cannot just create systems that have angels ruling them. You have to create systems and expect them to be run by some of the worst people imaginable. All right, last, let's just give them one more minute. And then honestly, my brain is fucking soup. So I'm probably going to wrap it. However, I want to thank the people who did donations. Larry Hutchinson with 2 super chats today. Nsort with a super chat. Lawson Harrison with a super chat. Mellow D with the super chat. Nsort again with the super chat. Christian Valeras with a massive $50 super chat. And Grassroots Hegemon with a massive 20 memberships donated. That is absolutely batshit insane. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Christian Valeras. Thank you, Nsword. Thank you, Melody. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Lawson Harrison. Seriously, this channel doesn't work without you guys. So the financial support and the spiritual support and you guys being passionate in chat and fighting it out and all that kind of stuff is awesome. I will also say that, what is it? We like cracked 200 today when we were at the peak, but we're in the afternoon right now. We're pretty much when around approximately I'm wrapping up. I normally run until 2:30 and we're still hovering around 150, which is an excellent day for us. So thank you for choosing to be here. I parasocially love you for doing so when you have a variety of other options. But anyways, let's see if they say anything else interesting before we wrap. Then I'm going to wrap. Then I'm going to answer all the questions in chat. So let's take a look. Let's see if they say anything else interesting in the next couple of minutes.
That exist within liberal countries in liberal frameworks. None of these countries
True. There's no contradiction within liberal frameworks with social democracy.
Are actually socialist countries.
Sitch,
If you wanted to say you're in favor of having a strong welfare system or welfare state or having social institutions in liberal countries, that's a very different position than saying that you're in favor of socialism.
Sitch, we've already agreed. You've agreed on every one of my premises. You've already agreed that societies go from capitalist societies to socialist societies. Okay, then I don't know how you
through a variety of means
would not agree with this then flatly. In order for a society to become socialist, if I could just finish, in order for
LB says, Connor, attempt to explain democratic socialism. Fucking Econoboi shit, where you're trying to achieve the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production through gradual reform and democratic advocacy. It's actually not hard. If you look at, you told me to look at the Democratic Socialist website. They use like half a dozen dog whistles for decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. So I'm correct.
For a society to become socialist, it has to go from a previous system to the current existing socialist system, right? So similar to how we became a liberal society, but we used to not be a liberal society, we engaged in a process by which incrementally we became more liberal over time, right? So I wouldn't go to, for instance,
America not
when
a liberal country.
Okay,
I mean, we're a British colony. Is that what you mean?
Okay.
Yeah, we were under a monarchy. I'm tracking what Econoboi is saying.
Presumably, you wouldn't say we've established the liberal ideal when women couldn't vote and when black people were slaves.
No,
I don't think
obviously
we
weren't living up to liberal standards, but it was still a country founded in the process of liberalism.
Right. So we weren't. Well, you know, I don't know, historical disagreements, whatever. The point is, clearly we hadn't achieved this, not the socialists, we hadn't achieved the liberal ideal when black people were enslaved and when women didn't have the right to vote. Okay. Now, I would say that, hey, you know, look at when women got the right to vote, I would say we still didn't achieve the liberal ideal because we had Jim Crow and poll taxes and all that stuff. But I think that by giving women the right to vote, we went one.
Beef Supreme says, whoa, I just won $500 on a lottery ticket. Biggest lottery win yet I've ever had. Fuck yes, fuck socialism. How about we go ahead and socialize those winnings, brother?
Step closer to achieving the liberal ideal. And so similarly, if in this country, for instance, we did
Well,
something
wait,
like
hold on. Let me stop you for a second.
Yeah. So Andy B brings up the Bundy standoffs. Yeah, the Bundy standoffs for sure. The Bundy standoffs, Killdozer, and there was another one. I think you could argue that Waco, while Waco wasn't specifically about eminent domain, it was about the government telling people how they could live on their own property. And so then that resulted in the cult like burning and killing, like, you know, I think they killed a couple of ATF agents and they also died in the fire. That was a few dozen people. And then those deaths inspired the Oklahoma City bomber who killed like a few hundred people. So yeah, it's happened for sure. Larry says there was violence that broke out when they tried to eminent domain parts of Southwest Texas. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Yeah.
I think it's a very important point. Okay.
Mhm.
The way in which people advocated for civil rights for Black people and for women and for gay people and for everyone, it's been primarily in the framework of liberalism and liberal individual rights. And the reason for that is because this country was founded on those principles, even if we all agree that the country didn't live up to those principles. So the fact that that was the framework, that was the culture that people had to advocate for those rights.
Luke said, commented this on your other channel, but would love your perspective on the Coleman Hughes Israel-Gaza conflict video. DM me either on Twitter or on Discord and remind me. I'll take a look in my off time.
For in the first place shows, yes, everyone was thinking along America on the lines of being a liberal country. And this is the point I'm trying to make. And I don't think it really helps your argument when you point to Norway or these other countries that are liberal countries that have some kind of social or socialist-isk type institution. Those are still liberal countries that have liberal cultures and liberal frameworks. You're saying
is not
that there
in
is a
contradiction
hold on.
to socialism.
You're saying,
to be
hold on.
clear,
You're saying that there is some kind of process that you think where we're going to go from being a liberal country to a socialist country. And if
Yeah, but he's going to say that he's an ethical pluralist and that he doesn't think that liberalism, like freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, maybe right to self-defense. I don't know how he feels about guns, and a limited government when it comes to like a legalistic process. I don't think that he's going to view that as contradictory to decommodifying basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And I actually agree with him that in an idealized sense, it probably doesn't. But I would still cite to you my previous examples of 20th century authoritarian socialism, fascist countries, and how if a fascist ever gets into power, you've effectively handed him the keys to the nation by following Econoboi's economic model.
that process does occur, then those ideas, those arguments, that framework is going to change. And one of those things that's going to go away is the concept of individual rights, which is a framework of liberalism and is not the framework of socialism.
I don't know why it would be the case that in a world where all the capital is socially owned, you don't have individual rights. You don't have the right to free speech. You don't have the right to vote. You don't have the right to marry who you want. You don't have the...
Yeah, he's saying it's not contradictory. However, Econoboi, imagine, dude, just imagine. All right. What was the, can somebody, I'm going to scroll down. Christian Blair says, Valor Media Network, thank you for the mod, or what I like to call brain explosion, or a cowboy hat. I'm blind as shit. All right. I love you guys. But hold on. I'm going to fast forward to chat a little bit. So hold on. Yeah, and the normal person clicks the learn more button to gain a better understanding. Got to read past the headlines. I've read plenty of shit past the headlines. No Demsock thinks Pol Pot is a good model, except for Noam Chomsky. Smart people learn from history, unlike conservatives. Yeah, except for Noam Chomsky, who does apologia for Pol Pot in Serbia during the Yugoslav conflict. Sure. Except for Noam Chomsky, one of the most famous leftists, one of the most famousest leftists of the past half century, besides him, who is a libertarian, like a narco-syndicalist or whatever. Besides him, there's nobody who simps for Pol Pot. Sure. You thinking about Ruby Ridge? No, I was thinking of Waco. Christian Blair says, not firebomb. They use CS gas near a fire and then didn't allow firefighters to save anyone. Yeah, sure. But the point still stands that eminent domain or the federal government getting overly intrusive into people's lives has absolutely caused violence in the past. I'm trying to fast forward so I can actually catch up because it's a cowboy, by the way. Good. How do you get freedom of association or private property rights in Econoboi's world? I think you just hope that the government doesn't do bad things. I think that's what he cares about. Connor, you told us you were going to rap. We're waiting. I'm not rapping. I'm graping. Connor Chomsky knew Epstein. Why am I not surprised? All right. Anyway, so I actually caught up with chat, which is excellent. However, let me show you again. I do not want to hand this over to anyone. Okay. This. Not only does the government blah, 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 blah. I already did all the talking points, but handing over majority control of the economy to a president is fucking crazy. What's the most annoying thing that anybody has ever done during like the woke years? This channel became a fringe libtard content farm while Nick obliterated Tucker's credibility and Candace's stupidity. This ain't it, Connor. Hey, Cornelius, you're fucking annoying as shit. Bye. You're the dumbest groiper. Go get a lobotomy. So anyways, what's the most annoying thing that the wokies did? Please tell me. Like what's the most annoying thing that they did? Was it trans kids? Was it like 3-year-olds can be trans? Was that the most annoying thing? Told everybody to believe all women. Yeah. So imagine that you're a company and that you have a sexual harassment claim and you are told, like you have like a great employee, he works his ass off, he does everything right, he dots his I's, he crosses his T's, he's a family man, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he's a decent human being, but you are 60% owned by the federal government. And so this guy gets accused of sexual harassment, but the person who's actually making the accusation is somebody who's like cheated on disability, cheated on, like been caught lying multiple times, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're just kind of a piece of shit employee who fucking sucks. And so you're trying to investigate the situation, but because believe all women is a cultural phenomena that the government is backing, your board meeting comes up and they say, hey, listen, we understand that this guy might be innocent, but realistically, there's this governmental cultural push right now for believing all women. It's kind of the peak of the Me Too movement. So as a result, you're just going to have to ask this guy to fall on his sword, right? You can't tell me that that shit isn't going to fucking happen, right? Yeah. John Johnson said woke skulls got Paw Patrol taken off the air for a bit. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that woke skulls were in the government and they were saying like, hey, this is actually police apologia at a time where Black folks in the country feel marginalized by the police. So as a result, we're going to need PBS or NBC or ABC. We're going to need you to go ahead and drop the Paw Patrol. You know what I'm saying? So the point is that obviously this incentivizes the kind of authoritarian Orwellian bullshit that I don't want. So Econoboi, I understand your argumentation. I feel like I understand socialism better. I feel like I understand the North Star of things that you're trying to pursue. They're not my North Star. We disagree. And I think your North Star is bad. So despite you having the personality of a fucking teddy bear, I disagree with you viciously. But anyways, I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me all day. Go enjoy your other favorite streamers. Mwah. Bye for now.